that.
I wouldn't want sugar in
the rice.
Right?
I don't like that at all. I didn't know that.
Kind of reminds me how when you're a teenager, you really want a cup of coffee because you just want to feel cool, like an adult. That's what I think it is, eating sushi.
And then you try it, and you're like,
just enjoy your pizza while you can.
I have enjoyed being with you guys today for Good Day or Letter Extra. And I want to say my cousin Vivian is watching from California. Vivian, love you.
Good morning to you, and we begin Fox 35 News Plus this morning with some breaking news. Several stories we are tracking this morning. I want to jump right in and first give you some breaking sports news that we are tracking. This just in from the Miami Dolphins, saying this is a statement from the Dolphins chairman and owner announcing the decision to fire head coach Mike McDaniel. This statement saying, after careful evaluation and extensive discussion since the season ended, I've made the decision that our organization is in need of comprehensive change. I informed Mike McDaniel this morning that he's been relieved of his duties as head coach. I love Mike, want to thank him for his hard work, commitment, and the energy he brought to our organization. Mike is an incredibly creative football mind whose passion for the game and his players was evident every day. I wish him and his family the best moving forward. Also seeing reports that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be looking for a new offensive coordinator. Josh Grizzard out after a year at the helm of the offensive play calling for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So starting with some sports news. I also want to now give you an update on the Jalen Edgar case. He is the suspect in the 2024 deadly Halloween mass shooting, who was due in court today, where they discussed some legal issues ahead of what was supposed to be jury selection for his trial. The trial was expected to begin on Monday with opening arguments, but that has now been delayed. There's going to be a second evaluation of Jalen Edgar. This is something that came up in a hearing yesterday that we talked about here on Fox 35 News Plus, where one of the reasons he said he wanted a new attorney, which was denied, was because he said that his current attorney wasn't factoring in his mental state at the time, and was trying to force feed a 50-year plea deal to him. So we'll see what happens with that, but the bottom line is the trial for Jalen Edgar delayed. Jury selection today is not happening. We will keep you updated on that. I also want to give you a live look at the floor of the U.S. Senate where senators are currently voting. In fact, the voting window, I believe, just opened a moment ago, voting on a War Powers Act related to Venezuela. This is something that Senator Tim Kaine, a Democrat from Virginia, had called for and pushed for, wanting to see limits put in place on the Trump administration for what they could do on the ground there in Venezuela. So a big national story there we are tracking. We will keep an eye on that as the tally comes in, and
Mr.
keep you
Marino.
updated on what they're doing. In
Mr.
fact,
Mullen.
they are calling the roll right
Ms.
now,
Murkowski.
it sounds like. Let's go ahead and listen for a
Mr.
second.
Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Risch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Durbin, Kaine, Ossoff, Reed, Schiff, Schumer, Shaheen, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Capito, Graham, Johnson, Lankford, Marshall, Moran, Marino, Risch, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tillis, and Wicker.
So that vote, you heard the Rick Scott among those who voted against that War Powers Act that was proposed in the Senate. Let me give you a live look right now in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where protesters today confronting ICE agents and federal officials, other law enforcement as well in the state, trying to keep peace after an ICE agent shot a woman yesterday inside an SUV in a case that DHS says was self-defense, and that the mayor of Minneapolis, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz, as well, have come out and said they dispute some of those findings. We saw big crowds out there yesterday in the aftermath, and covered that quite a bit here on Fox 35 News Plus and on Florida Live, so we're continuing to monitor that situation as well. And let me give you one more live look before we go to break here, and this is in New York City, where we expect to hear from the Homeland Security Secretary, Kristi Noem, speaking at a news conference in New York at One World Trade Center, coming up in just a little bit. And one of the things she's going to be talking about is ongoing operations to arrest and deport illegal immigrants. I have no doubt that she will reference what happened yesterday. We certainly expect her to be asked about it at the very least. So we will bring you that news conference when it does begin, expected to begin in the next little bit. It was scheduled for 11 o'clock. Things running a little bit behind, but we're keeping an eye on that, and we'll take you to that live when it begins. Right now, we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but as we've talked about, a busy day already and a lot for us to get to. So we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and on YouTube. We will have much more live streaming coverage ahead. In fact, on the other side of this break as well, going to give you a check of the weather with Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner. So keep it right here. More Fox 35 News Plus in just a couple of minutes. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, a little less foggy this morning, it seemed like, than what we had been dealing with.
In Orlando, for sure. Over in Tampa, they got a lot of fog. But we missed it by just a bit. But it was a good thing because obviously fog is no good for the morning commute.
Don't like seeing that.
It's also going to help warm things up today a little faster than otherwise because we have a few more hours of what's called solar insolation. Not insulation like you insulate your home, but insolation, I-N-S-O-L. And what this does is essentially it's like a big heat lamp, and it'll give us a few more hours of available heating. So instead of a high around 80 today, we'll probably be more like 82 or 83. Right now it's 70 in downtown, so a fast warm up, and we'll be in the mid 70s through lunchtime, eventually the low 80s for highs today. 66 in Ocala with a couple of mid-level clouds. Hour by hour, we'll go from where we currently stand up to 81 by 3, and that's a conservative estimate. We'll probably see temperatures a few degrees warmer than that, but overall, beautiful weather, more typical of April certainly than January. And region-wide, we'll see temperatures close to 80 as far north as Ocala and about 82 to 85 in Winter Haven. Yes, that's right, close to 85 degrees in parts of Florida today, right through Saturday. Of course, if you go to Southwest Florida, it'll be a little bit warmer than that. Fort Myers could be in the middle and upper 80s for a day. So it's wild to see this in January. 82 degrees on the Friday, tomorrow, 83 Saturday, and then on Sunday. That's a little bit of a wild card. We've got a cold front coming through Sunday, and it looks like it may not push through till the evening, which would allow temperatures to warm up into the lower to middle 80s. But if it comes through a little bit sooner, it'll be a little bit cooler, of course, with the rain and the clouds. Now, over in Oklahoma, had some big storms earlier today. This was associated with a cold front, the same front that's coming here, bringing us the changes for late this coming week into early next week. So here's a look at the cold front. As it moves through, warmer air will be with us through at least Saturday and probably into the day Sunday. Now, this cold front will have a significant change for us. It'll pack a punch as far as it really changing the pattern for the week ahead, but it's not an Arctic front. So we're not looking at temperatures anywhere near as cold as they were leading into New Year's Eve and certainly not as cold as it was back in early November. Around November 11th, we had a really unusual punch of cold air with near freezing conditions, but that will not be the case with this one. What it will do, though, is bring us from April-like temperatures back to where we should be this time of year, which is about 70 to 71 for our average high. A couple days will be cooler than that, a couple days a little bit warmer than that, a north wind. But more than any of the temperature discussion as far as it cooling us down, it's going to set the stage for a much more active weather pattern as far as rain chances go, with several disturbances coming out of the Gulf and into Florida, with the first rain chances early as Wednesday, and there may be a heavier rain shot Wednesday night into the day Thursday. And if this happens, we could easily pick up a quick inch, maybe 2 inches of rain, which would be beneficial for the area because right now we're in the heart of the dry season. And typically in the month of January, we don't get much more than 2 inches of rain for the entire month. And we have the chance next week, or at least over the next 10 days, to see at least 1 to 2 inches of rain across the area. Now, it's hard to say exactly if this will happen, much less exactly when, because a lot of things have to come together, but at least the signal is there, the pattern is there, the stage is set so that if disturbances rotate through the Gulf at the base of the jet stream, they would, in theory at least, produce a pretty good soaking for parts of Florida. Will it be South Florida, Central Florida, North Florida? Time will tell. Maybe all of Florida. But the tentative European computer model suggests that we could see 1 to 3 inches of rain between now and about January the 18th, so about 10 days from now. So crossing fingers, we could definitely use it because here's the latest drought monitor. This came out for today, and it puts Orlando now in an unusually dry setup. It's called D0 out of 4 D levels or drought levels, 4 being the highest. It goes from moderate, severe, extreme to exceptional. Earlier, Tallahassee was an exceptional, now it's at extreme, so it's improving, but it's still really, really bad. In orange, down toward Tampa Bay and Fort Myers is considered severe drought. Moderate drought now has worked all the way into Brevard County and Osceola counties. So yes, we need the rain. The D0 designation for Orlando in yellow means abnormally dry, also known as incipient drought, so we're technically classified as drought conditions. Ocala is facing severe drought now, as is Gainesville. So yes, rain is going to be a welcome sight when it comes. All right, as far as the 7-day forecast goes, it shows up for the first time on Wednesday with showers and maybe storms, but most of this will just be shower activity. Look for low to mid 80s right through Saturday, probably now into Sunday. A little cooler on Monday, but I think a lot of us are kind of looking forward to catching a break from not having the air conditioning on in January. Yes, air conditioning in January, not the most fun, but it's nice. You go outside, it feels good, it's easy living, but then again, we know we have about 9 months of this ahead, so yeah, it's kind of one of those things where maybe we want it to be a winter for a little while. But notice the lows. The lows will not be anywhere near freezing in Orlando.
And a little warm for Disney Marathon weekend.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You know, the runners today did the 5K, and temperatures were in the low 60s, and a couple folks were down from upstate New York saying it was too hot to run at 5 a.m. in the dark of night with low 60s. So as you observed, each morning as we progress through the weekend for the what do they call it, the Dopey, when you do all?
If you do them all, yeah, the Dopey Challenge.
The Dopey Challenge, yeah. It'll be mild, skewing toward warm, especially for the runners.
All right.
As opposed to the walkers that, they'll wear a sweatshirt.
Yeah. So dress accordingly, everyone. They always say you also want to dress for 20 degrees warmer than it actually is. So I mean, especially when you're if you're doing the marathon, the full marathon this weekend, because that's a several-hour period where that temperature is going to fluctuate quite a bit. So you got to prepare for that.
Yeah, because that kicks off is it at 4:30 or 5?
4:30, I believe.
4:30. Yeah. So by the time the elites come through, it'll be like 6:30 to 7, and 8 to 9 for most others. And by then it'll be warming up towards 70 degrees, so it'll feel like 90 for the runners.
Yeah. Yeah, gotta prepare for that. Welcome to Florida.
That's right.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks. And thanks for your insights on the running.
We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you a live look inside the U.S. Customs and Border Protection Office, New York City, where we're awaiting a news conference from Kristi Noem, who is the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary, expected to talk about ongoing illegal immigration and enforcement operations that are going on. You see there several images, mugshots, if you will, of people who have been arrested and the charges it appears they are facing. I see 4 large posters there, and I believe that's all, because we did see a wide shot earlier. I believe it's just the 4 that you are looking at now that say arrested. List the country, Dominican Republic, and several charges there. So it appears that the secretary is going to be discussing some specific operation out of New York and some arrests that were made. The reason we're also going to be monitoring this news conference and plan to bring it to you live here on Fox 35 News Plus is because we also expect her to address the shooting that happened yesterday in Minnesota. That is where an ICE agent opened fire on a woman in an SUV who DHS says was using her car as a weapon. There are some leaders in Minnesota and others who have taken issue with that characterization of it. And so we expect her to talk about that and also certainly be asked about that as well during this news conference coming up any minute now. I also want to give you a live look in Minnesota. This is Minneapolis. I believe it is Minneapolis, yes, where protesters have gathered to protest ICE in the aftermath of that shooting, which is a big story that we have been following. You can see a number of federal agents there from agencies who are, I see ICE on one of them, U.S. Customs and Border Protection. From others just saying federal agent. So large federal law enforcement presence out in Minneapolis and elsewhere in Minnesota today because of the protesters and the crowds that have gathered to protest what happened and the shooting that killed that woman yesterday in Minneapolis. So we're continuing to keep an eye on things there, and we'll try to keep live pictures up for you throughout the day to kind of keep an eye on that situation. Let me show you the Senate floor voting still open right now on the War Powers Act that is related to Venezuela. So this is ongoing. Senator Rick Scott has already voted no on that. We have not seen a vote come in, at least just yet, from Senator Ashley Moody. But this is an effort that was led by Democrats to limit the Trump administration and what they can do when it comes to action in Venezuela. So what we heard earlier, it was largely a party line vote as those votes were coming in. But we're continuing to monitor this, and we'll keep an eye on that as well. Meanwhile, just a little bit ago in Marion County, a suspect in a brazen murder made his first appearance in court. We're talking about Isaac Toy, 29-year-old suspect who was arrested shortly after a 64-year-old man was found shot in what police say they believe to be a random act of violence. We'll have more on that in a little bit, but I do want to go ahead and play for you the first appearance as we heard from Isaac Toy speaking to the judge in court today. Again, this was just moments ago in Marion County.
We're going to get started. We got the media here. Ezekiel Toy. Mr. Toy, are you out there, sir? Come on up the podium. All right, good morning. Sir, did I place you under oath just a minute ago? Do you swear to tell the truth?
Good morning. I do.
All right, what is your name? What's your date of birth, sir?
My name is Isaac Toy.
When were you born, Mr. Toy? What's your birthday?
12/1996.
All right. Well, Mr. Toy, we got you here before the court. You have 2 charges filed by the Ocala Police Department. Homicide charge, it's a murder charge, no premeditation, but a capital offense. And then we got an aggravated assault charge in count 2 for the use of a deadly weapon, place another in fear of harm. Again, capital felony offense on the homicide charge, pretty much the most serious charge we got in the state of Florida. And then we got aggravated assault as a 3rd-degree felony in count 2. Carries a maximum of up to 5 years in prison. Now, Mr. Toy, I am going to, in an abundance of caution, I'm going to appoint the public defender to represent you on this. Now, if you want to hire your own attorney or your family can afford counsel, you can certainly seek to hire your own and have them substitute in for the public defender's office. But seeing that you checked off you want a private counsel or you want a public defender, I'm going to go ahead and appoint counsel to you this morning. Now, state, you show any prior record on Mr. Toy?
Adam Smith on behalf of the state judge. I'm not able to find any convictions.
All right. Mr. Toy, you got to give me a minute. I got to read over the probable cause affidavit. I reviewed one of the warrants that came in yesterday, but I want to make sure this is squaring up with everything I read yesterday. So give me just a minute to read this over. Appreciate your patience with me.
Heard.
State, I would find abundant probable cause. I mean, it's
Yes, sir.
presumption, I think, would be proof of guilt will be evident. The presumption, I think, is great at this point. State, have a motion for the
Yes,
court?
sir. We are asking for the court to hold the defendant on no bond under the Arthur standard that the proof of guilt is evident or the presumption is great. He was charged with, by the police department with 2nd-degree murder, but that is a crime that is punishable up to life in prison.
Yeah, the life felony for the murder of Mr. Harper and the ag assault on Mr. Stewart. Mr. Toy, on the state's motion, based on the facts here and the concerns of the court as far as pretrial release, you will be held on no bond this morning on these 2 charges. Now, again, I'll appoint the public defender to represent you. If you want to hire your own attorney to take the case over, that's fine. You do have the right to seek a bond hearing in the circuit court, review this order. The only thing I think I would order from the Marion County jails as far as Mr. Stewart, the alleged victim on the ag assault, I would say no contact with Mr. Stewart. If you have some way to communicate with him from the jail, you need to leave that man alone. He's been traumatized enough. Next court date will be February 10 at 9 o'clock. Mr. Toy, you will have a public defender come to see you at the jail to give you legal advice unless you hire your own attorney. Do you have any questions for me, sir?
Will I be able to speak with a public attorney after this?
Absolutely, yes, sir. They're gonna have a public defender appointed to your case. They're gonna give you consultation, legal advice there at the jail. Yes, sir.
That is all.
All right, we have paperwork. You're free to go, sir.
Bond denied for that murder suspect. And I want to play you now as we heard from the police chief in Ocala talking about the circumstances surrounding this, what we know about that case. Again, police believe this was a random act of violence. Here is what the Ocala police chief said late last night about the circumstances surrounding that suspected murder.
All right, good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Balkin. I'm the police chief for the city of Ocala. I want to thank you all for being here tonight to help us share some important information with our community in regards to today's homicide. Just to get some of the details out, I would like to say this. At approximately 3:34 p.m. today, we received a 911 call for a suspicious person. That was in the 900 block of Southeast 3rd Street. The caller in that case indicated that he was pulling out of his driveway. He was approached by a black male subject dressed in all black who had been walking down the street towards the caller's home. That subject motioned for our driver to stop, but the driver continued out on the street. And as he was pulling away, he observed the subject doing something suspicious, appearing to manipulate a handgun and possibly a chamber round in that handgun. Officers were immediately dispatched to the area. As they were arriving in the neighborhood, we received a second call in reference to a shooting. That second call originated just down the road. This is about a block away to the east. It involved our victim who had been shot. Hearing this call being dispatched, our first arriving officer located a subject, I should say, who matched the description of the first caller. That subject was found walking away from the shooting scene, just 2 blocks south of our victim on Southeast 11th Avenue. That subject was quickly detained. He was found to be in possession of a pistol, and that subject was identified as 29-year-old black male Isaac Ezekiel Toy. Other responding officers quickly converged on the scene of the shooting and located the victim, who had been shot once and who had succumbed to his injuries at the scene. The victim was determined to be the homeowner, 64-year-old Harold Witt Harper, and he was located outside of his residence in the front yard. Witness statements, along with other evidence that we've recovered from the scene thus far, place our suspect at the scene of both incidents. We still have a tremendous amount of work to do in this case. I want everybody to keep in mind we're 5 hours roughly into a homicide investigation that'll probably last months. We have a tremendous amount of work still to do, but we have developed probable cause to charge Mr. Toy as a suspect in this case with 2 counts of aggravated assault and 1 count of second-degree homicide. This horrific incident appears to be a random act of violence. There is no indication, I'll repeat that, there's no indication that this was a targeted attack. There is no indication that there are any other suspects out there still wanted, and we are confident that there is no further danger to our community. I have to say our hearts and prayers do go out to the Harper family tonight. This was a horrific, senseless act of violence, and I'd really be remiss if I didn't touch on the fact that our citizens from that neighborhood really stepped forward, really cooperated with our detectives early on and really helped us to close this case rather quickly. With that, I'll be happy to take questions. I've given you a tremendous amount of information that's available right now. There's not much more that I'm going to be able to give, but I'm happy to try to field some questions and get you the information that might help you get this story out.
I know it's still early, but any indication, sense of any sort of motive here?
You know, that's what's perplexing us, our detectives as well. There is absolutely no indication of any obvious motive whatsoever. We're going to be working hard as it relates to things like social media, cell phones, doing a lot of work in the background to try to determine what that motive might have been. But right now, again, this appears to be a random act of violence that really could have happened to our first caller just as easy as it happened to our shooting victim.
And
Yes.
this suspect, does he live in that neighborhood? Does he live in Ocala?
So here's what we've determined so far. This offender has history in the Tampa area. He's got a battery on a law enforcement officer from that area. We've had very little contact with him here in Ocala, no criminal charges to speak of whatsoever.
The suspect and the victim, do you know if they had any interaction?
There's nothing to indicate that they knew each other whatsoever.
But I mean, was there any conversation, or did they just come up and shoot?
I'll say this, what we found at the scene is there's, again, no indication that there was even any interaction or even any commentary between the two before the shooting took place.
Any surveillance video that, right now, but at some point?
So I don't want to get into too much as it relates to the evidence that was recovered from the scene. Again, the detectives have a tremendous amount of work still to do as this case unfolds further. So I'll leave that for a later time.
Can you say, did they find a gun on this suspect when they found him?
So again, that initiating officer, the first to respond to the scene, within seconds of that shooting call going out, he was already in the area for that first suspicious person call. He immediately observed this offender walking down the street, probably in less than 20 seconds. He confronted him, he detained him, and found him to be in possession of a firearm, which was recovered. Yes, ma'am.
The initial call that brought him to the neighborhood, what was he allegedly doing?
Again, that first caller indicated that he was backing out of his driveway. He observed this subject walking down the street towards his home. The subject made some kind of a motion trying to get the driver to stop his car. Thankfully, he didn't do so, continued to drive, and that's when he saw him work what he thought was a slide of a pistol, and he kept.
That was from that news conference last night. I want to go ahead and get you live now to New York City. Kristi, Noem just walking up to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Happened here in New York City that brought us to a point where we recognized that we had to work together in order to bring illegal criminal aliens to justice. Nearly 6 months ago, 2 criminal illegal aliens attacked an off-duty Customs and Border Protection agent and his friend while they were sitting on a rock in a park. After hours, enjoying the evening together, these 2 criminals came and attempted to rob them, and it ended up where they bravely fought back. This officer defended himself and his friend, but not before being shot in the face and in the arm by one of these criminals. Immediately after, the men and women of the Homeland Security investigations worked with NYPD, leading to the arrest of that gunman in just 2 hours. Within 28 hours, the second assailant was arrested as well, and those individuals have been brought to justice. But those individuals would have never been in this country if they hadn't been allowed in by the Biden administration when they ignored our federal laws and allowed them to come in illegally. Now, the officer that was injured doesn't seek public attention. He wishes to remain anonymous, but he had a distinguished career and a legacy of service and continues to do so. But his life was forever altered by this heinous crime. His attackers never should have been in this country, and they've been protected and were protected up until that point by sanctuary city policies. In fact, they had long criminal rap sheets and were released by the Biden administration and continued to be released by leaders in this city to perpetuate crimes against the citizens that live here. During our investigation, we learned that these scumbags were affiliated with the transnational criminal organization, the notorious Trinitaris gang in New York. We began to target every single last person that is affiliated with them and recognized that they needed to be brought to justice. The American people deserve dignity, they deserve justice, and we deliver both. So we launched Operation Salvo here in New York City. Operation Salvo was a cooperation of the resources of CBP, HSI, ERO, and also the federal prosecutors from the Southern District of New York. The New York County District Attorney's Office also participated in this operation. We've arrested 54 individuals as a part of Operation Salvo since its inception just a few months ago. Those arrested are violent transnational gang members and affiliates associated with Trinitarios who are responsible for weapons trafficking, for human smuggling, for narcotics distribution, and for armed robberies. They had perpetuated previous violent attacks across the city of New York City. We have already removed not only many of these individuals that we have arrested, but over 60% of them have been returned back to their home countries to face justice for their crimes there as well. These arrests and these removals represent a significant blow to the criminal network that has been terrorizing communities right here in New York City and throughout the United States. And that's our message to this administration, to this city, to the state, and to the United States, is that President Trump and his law enforcement officers that are entrusted to protect the American people will every day continue to keep America safe. Operation Salvo is just the beginning of a broader and a much more sustained effort to go after not only transnational criminal organizations and networks, but also illegal criminal aliens throughout the country. We are on offense. The Trump administration is using every single tool that we have to protect the American people. Sanctuary policies, whether they're here in New York City, whether they're in California, Illinois, or Minneapolis, if you are a criminal illegal alien, we are coming to get you. We will arrest you. We will bring justice, and we will also bring safety to the American people. We are warning anyone, if you think you can harm an individual, a citizen of the United States, or a law enforcement officer, we will find you and bring you to justice. If you lay a finger on one of our officers, we will catch you, we will prosecute you, and you will feel the full extent of the law. In every single thing the Trump administration does, we put the American people first. Operation Salvo has proven that by taking 54 dangerous individuals off of our streets and protecting the people who live here in this city. Now, also, thanks to President Trump, we have 2.6 million people who have left our country who shouldn't have been here in the first place. They were here illegally, and over 650,000 of them were arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. 2 million of them left voluntarily.
It looks like we may have lost our feed there for a moment. We will try to get that back for you. Yep, we sure did. Give me 1 second here. Actually, we're going to take a quick break, and I'm going to try to dial up another feed of this. So keep it right here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference. We did get our feedback. This is Frank Russo. He's the Director of Field Operations in New York for Customs and Border Protection. Speaking about this incident that the Secretary Noem was talking about just a minute ago, where a CBP officer in New York was shot. So let's go ahead and listen in. Obviously, this happens in the context of what happened yesterday and what DHS is framing as a violence against an ICE agent that resulted in that person being shot. And we're seeing protests today in Minnesota. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues in New York.
Our mission is clear at CBP. Our mission is to protect the homeland, safeguard the borders, and endure economic prosperity. But this mission was more narrowly focused. This mission was about protecting the citizens of New York and ridding ourselves of these horrible individuals. Now, we came up with the name Salvo because the name means a lot to us. Salvo, first and foremost, the term our officer received salvation that night. By the grace of God and because of the incredible support from the NYPD under leadership of Commissioner Tisch and her team, who was out there picking up our officer and bringing him to a hospital. So we thank the NYPD for that. Salvo also references a term of simultaneous discharge of guns in battle. And that's what happened that night to our officer. And he was so courageous in getting shot in the wrist and in the face and still firing back. He's a hero to us, and he inspires us each and every day. And finally, we felt the need as a premier law enforcement agency with our partners to unleash a salvo of justice. And so by using intel-driven operations, data-driven targeting capabilities that are second to none, we went after individuals who are illegally here and many who have criminal records. It was an incredible operation done by working with our partners, realizing that these individuals were affiliated to the Trinitarios gang. And when we realized that, then we did what CBP and our partners do best. Get at the root cause of the problem. Go after these transnational criminal organizations by getting at their networks. And each and every day we would pick off one or two. And with our partners, with ICE, with ERO, with HSI, we used our mapping techniques, looking at individuals with criminal records, arrest warrants, removal orders, and again, picking them off one by one. We could not have done it without them, and it was an amazing success. We looked at businesses, residences, and community hubs that were harboring these individuals. The results speak for themselves. More than 50 arrests as a result of our efforts, all because of the partnership and the work that we did together. It was truly remarkable, and a sign that we will not sit on the sidelines. We will always be there to protect this city. I want to thank, first and foremost, the Secretary again, our Commissioner, our Assistant Commissioner, the Office of Field Operations, our Special Response Team operators, our task force officers, our Border Security Team, our Field Analysis and Intelligence units, under the leadership of George Pasiakos, Mike Firing, Dave Campos, and Carmine Borges, who did an incredible job of protecting the city and making sure that a Saturday night in the park is safe. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to ICRO Director Ken Gianallo. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. How you doing? My name's Ken Janello. I am the Field Office Director for ICE Enforcement Removal Operations, New York City. I first want to thank Secretary Noem for traveling to the city today and for our continued and unwavering support of our brave law enforcement officers. We are here today because of the abject failure of the New York City bail reform laws and sanctuary city policies. The tragic shooting of this heroic CBP officer was entirely preventable and is a direct result of those policies. What makes this case particularly egregious is both of these violent criminals had been in NYPD custody on multiple occasions. However, due to these sanctuary city policies and the politicians that prioritize politics over public safety, these criminal illegal aliens were repeatedly released onto New York City's streets to harm this brave officer. ERO New York City is proud to partner with CBP and HSI in this joint initiative to not only locate and arrest the two criminal aliens responsible for the shooting, but also to identify, locate, and apprehend their Trinitario associates, ruthless gang members who engage in illicit activity and terrorize law-abiding New Yorkers. Together, we have arrested over 50 criminal aliens, many with felony convictions, including weapons offenses, drug offenses, robbery, assault, rape, sexual abuse, burglary, and larceny. Approximately 30 of those have already been removed from the United States, while the remaining are in ERO custody at this time. Communities with sanctuary policies suffer the most harm from criminal aliens. When local police release dangerous aliens into the community, they often reoffend in the same community that they are released in. And also, they stay in sanctuary city areas. In this case, the shooter demonstrates he would travel to another sanctuary city jurisdiction, which was in Massachusetts, where he had an outstanding criminal warrant for armed robbery. So to further their criminality without fear of consequences or repercussions, they will travel to sanctuary city jurisdictions, basically hiding in plain sight. They provide safe haven for criminal aliens. The lack of cooperation is unprecedented across the law enforcement spectrum, and rather than the city's stated purpose to protect the immigrants in New York and the citizens of New York City, these misguided policies allow criminals to roam freely in our city, in our country, subjecting New Yorkers and all Americans to unnecessary harm, which includes an off-duty CBP officer just trying to enjoy his Saturday evening in our great city. ICE will continue to uphold the mission to protect the city's residents by holding alien offenders accountable. New Yorkers should not have to worry about violent criminals roaming their neighborhoods because the local systems failed them. We always stand ready to work with our local law enforcement partners without condition and sincerely look forward to reestablishing mutually beneficial path forward for the safety of all New Yorkers to ensure preventable tragedies like this never have to occur again. Thank you. I will now introduce you to the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations for New York, Mr. Ricky Patel.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Thank you, Frank. Thank you, Ken. Good morning. As you just heard, my name is Ricky Patel. I'm the Special Agent in Charge for Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, here in New York City. It is an honor to join my esteemed colleagues today to say, when our partners call, we answer. No hesitation, no delay. That's the commitment HSI New York brings to every threat against our law enforcement family and to our great city. From the very first moments following the July shooting of our CBP partner, HSI agents alongside local, state, and federal counterparts worked relentlessly, day and night, to track those responsible. HSI personnel, in coordination with our local partners, apprehended the accused gunman within 2 hours of the shooting. We swiftly identified his alleged accomplice, whom we arrested shortly thereafter. In the days, weeks, and months that followed, together with law enforcement, we pursued every known associate of this violent migrant gang crew. We pored over every piece of evidence, followed every lead, and made it clear an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. Our unity is our strength, and we will never let criminals divide us. Our investigation led to the capture of individuals tied to violent transnational gangs, including associates of the Trinitarios gang that are responsible for weapons trafficking, human smuggling, narcotics distribution, armed robberies, and repeated violent attacks across the Big Apple. Their arrests deliver a major blow to criminal networks that have preyed on our New York City neighborhoods for far too long. This was only possible because of the unwielding and unwavering collaboration between DHS partners and those from the Southern District of New York, the Manhattan District's Attorney's Office, and the law enforcement partners from all levels. Investigative methods and interviews were conducted. We identified additional conspirators and expanded our reach. I am proud to say that the main targets and dozens of their associates have been taken off of our streets. But our work isn't finished. We will continue to leverage every resource, whether it's local, state, or federal, to root out anyone connected to this conspiracy and this violent gang. Leadership and teamwork remain the backbone of our success. HSI's mission is clear: protect public safety and national security by investigating and arresting the most dangerous criminal elements from our communities. Every day, we use our broad authorities to enforce hundreds of federal laws, targeting transnational criminal organizations from every angle. We will not rest. We will not back down. HSI New York will continue to disrupt and dismantle criminal networks, ensuring our city and our country remain safe. Thank you, and I now turn it back over to Secretary Noem.
Well, thank you, Ricky and Frank and Ken, for all of your hard work that you do every day here in New York City, but also for the rest of our country. With that, we'll open it up to any questions that you may have.
Charges or criminal convictions? And I'm wondering, ICE's own data in New York City shows that over the last year, between January and October, 70% of the arrests that ICE did in New York City had no criminal convictions or pending charges. Should New Yorkers expect that trend to change? That's higher than the nationwide average.
If you look across the nationwide average, we have 70% of the individuals that we've arrested and detained have criminal convictions or charges against them, either in this country or other. We're continuing to do our work to bring those criminal illegal aliens to justice. And ICE will continue to get up every day and do what they can to protect New York City. I can have Frank or Ken speak to if you know how many criminal convictions of the 54 had previous to this arrest that they had. I don't know if you have those data points with you. We can get those for you, though. Exactly. The vast majority of them, though, have criminal charges against them or convictions against them as well. Yes.
Again, loosely affiliated to the Trinitarios. Want to make that clear. Through connections by connections that we made by speaking to them, understanding who they were, where they were operating out of, and contacts that they had on their phones. Immigration status, all illegals. It varies. It varies spectrum from speaking to individuals associated with the gang to just having conversations.
What I would encourage everyone to do, and especially your elected officials, is to bring everybody together to talk about partnerships and start working with ICE and start working with CBP as we bring criminals to justice. And many times your policies and the rhetoric coming out of elected officials has divided people and pitted them against each other. Our job every day, and what President Trump promised to do, was to protect every single American, no matter where they lived in this country, that he was going to make sure that we weren't going to have more victims in this country. And we are going to continue to do that each and every day. And I'd encourage the leaders in this city and your governor and in other cities and states across this country to work with us rather than opposing us so that we can continue to make our streets safer. Yes, right here. Hi. Yep.
Alleged gang members in New York City. We also had those officers who were attacked in Times Square back in May. With these examples, has Mayor Mamdani and his administration offered to cooperate when it comes to getting criminal gang members off the streets? Because we know he is not a fan of ICE, but when it comes to criminal gangs, is there any kind of leeway that has been given them?
You know, we're hoping the mayor will work with us to get these criminal elements and especially gang members and terrorist organizations out of New York City. I know he and the president had a productive conversation. You know, our communication at the Department of Homeland Security has not been productive with the mayor's office or with NYPD, but we want to continue those conversations so we can work together. Yes.
Director Russo spoke about how this operation happened discreetly.
Yep.
Which is in contrast to what happened in Minneapolis yesterday.
What do you mean in contrast to what happened in? Because of the protesters and the violent criminals that were attacking our law enforcement. If you remember in that operation, what happened was our officers were out trying to get a car stuck out of the snow when they were surrounded and assaulted and blocked in by protesters that were inciting. He did follow his training because of an individual that was. This is an experienced officer who followed his training, and we will continue to let the investigation unfold into the individual and continue to follow the procedures and policies that happen in these use of force cases. But let's remember the events that surrounded what happened yesterday on that tragic situation was that these individuals had followed our officers all day, had harassed them, had blocked them in. They were impeding our law enforcement operations, which is against the law. And when they demanded and commanded her to get out of her vehicle several times, she did not. So we'll continue to allow this process to unfold and recognize that these law enforcement officers every single day put their lives on the line. They go out and do their jobs. They go out and... This was an act of domestic terrorism, which is perpetuating... These policies and procedures that follow a use of force situation like this are continuing to be put in place. So this is standard operating procedure after every use of force situation is that we follow these procedures and protocols. This situation is no different. Back there. Nope, this young lady right beside you. I'll come to you next. I would say that President Trump and his administration are focused on protecting people. So we will never telegraph exactly the numbers and operations that we have and where we will be focused on. But I think that when you see violent criminals that are taking advantage of American citizens and putting their lives in jeopardy, our law enforcement officers at DHS will always show up. Yes. I'll come back. I'll come back. Go ahead. The officer went to the hospital. He was hit by the vehicle, went to the hospital and received treatment, was released, and is spending time with his family now. Yes, sir?
Yes. In Minneapolis yesterday, you said the surge there would continue. You didn't directly say whether we can expect an ICE surge for civil deportation enforcement. Can you explain what a surge is?
I won't describe in detail our law enforcement operations that we have. It's just puts our officers' lives in jeopardy, but they will be there enforcing the laws of this country and upholding the public safety needs that have to happen when it comes to enforcing federal law. You know, we've got thousands of officers there, and I'm not opposed to sending more if necessary to keep people safe. Back up here.
Can you talk a little bit about the experience of the officer and some of his background?
Yeah, I'm not going to get specific to this officer, but he's an experienced officer that has served a number of years, and we recognize that he acted according to his training, and we have expect that all the policies and procedures of review will be exactly that he acted appropriately to protect his life and the life of his colleagues and fellow law enforcement officers that were there and people that were surrounding. Yes.
I'd like to get your reaction on some of the rhetoric here
Mm-hmm.
in New York City. Mayor
Mm-hmm.
Mamdani responded to the shooting yesterday, saying that this is only the latest horror in a year full of cruelty. He called it an attack on us all, that New York stands with immigrants today and every day. Also, council members last night at the protest called this fascism. The New York City's public advocate, Jumaane Williams, said that your administration is, quote, doing the devil's work, and he asked New York City to stand up and show up, quote, it's going to be difficult and there are going to be casualties. And the last comment that was made last night at the protest was from New York State Representative Alex Boros, also a Democrat. Quote, not only was the ICE agent's hand on the gun, but Secretary Noem's hand was on the gun. President Trump's hand was on the gun. What is your response to New York Democratic leaders, those particular comments, and the protesters that are outside?
I would say those comments are why we're standing where we are today. That kind of language and that kind of provocative talk, inciting people to take action and perpetuate violence in some cases, is unacceptable, and especially of elected leaders. We have a responsibility to state the facts, to go out and enforce the law. Your mayor just said in that statement that he was going to stand with illegal people who have broken our law before he's going to put New York City citizens first. His job and why he was elected was to protect the people who live here, that had the opportunity to vote for him and have the opportunity to live in this city. They pay their taxes, they go to work every day, and instead the mayor in that statement chose to stand with illegals instead of those individuals who just want the chance to raise their families in New York City and have a part of the American dream. Yes.
The head of Minnesota State Investigations Agency said that they have been cut out of the investigation into the fatal shooting in Minneapolis. Can you explain that reversal?
I'd like to know where they've been and why they're not out on the streets investigating all of these people that are harassing and inciting violence on law enforcement officers right now. They're allowing the situation to be volatile. They're not doing their work. They haven't for years, and maybe they should get to work a little bit on the unprecedented fraud that we've seen in Minnesota and in Minneapolis by people that stole from American citizens and diverted funds away from vulnerable people and programs and services that they needed and put it into their own pockets. Minnesota is a train wreck. It is corrupt, and it was under the leadership of Governor Walz and this mayor that they allowed it to happen, and they let criminals and illegals and people abuse programs and steal the money, and now they're allowing violence to go forward on the streets as well. I won't put a blanket statement out like those other individuals will. What I would say is I welcome them to come and help us. Come help us make sure that the streets are safe, that laws are enforced, and that we can do the right thing to make sure that American citizens come first. Yes, sir. They have not been cut out. They don't have any jurisdiction in this investigation. Yes, go ahead. I'm going to speak to this individual right here. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Anytime you take something, what I would, this vehicle was used to hit this officer. It was used as a weapon, and the officer feels as though his life was in jeopardy. It was used to perpetuate a violent act that this officer took action to protect himself and to protect his fellow law enforcement officers. So we'll let this continue to go forward and follow the same policies and procedures that every use of force situation does. But we've had almost over 100 times that these vehicles have been used to ram law enforcement officers and to do damage and to harm them. When you take an action and use a weapon to harm someone and to incite violence against them and try to cause them injury or death, then it needs to be labeled exactly what it was.
Do you believe the use of force in this instance was commensurate with the actions of that vehicle and the driver?
I would say that when these individuals use their vehicles to try to ram our law enforcement and to put their lives in jeopardy, that law enforcement officer has to make a decision to protect his life and the individuals around him as well. Yes.
What did you make of Tom Homan's comments yesterday that we should
investigation before determining, as you have, that in this incident it was self-defense and that he felt that his life was in danger?
You know, I didn't see those comments, but from what I understand, he also put out a statement later as well. So I'll let Tom speak to that, but all of us are on the same page in the fact that this law enforcement officer followed his training and that he defended and acted in defense of his life and those around him. Yes.
Agents. Do you have a little bit more of a timeline and can you share with us some of those other initial encounters prior to the fatal shooting? And then secondly, can you speak to the closure of the ICE office at Rikers by Mayor Mamdani?
There will be more details coming out as this goes forward in the coming days, and I'll talk more about that closure in the future. Yep.
So can you say if there was how many times that they have been threatened, like how many other times they
It had been ongoing throughout the day. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened in Minneapolis, a mother of 3 is dead, an American citizen. Do you have a message for her family?
Yes, absolutely. And I reiterated this yesterday when I had my press conference in Minneapolis. I asked everybody not to just pray for the officer, but also pray for the deceased family and her loved ones as well. It was a tragic situation that I hope we never see happen again. That's why I'm encouraging all elected leaders to work together so that we can be cooperative in getting dangerous criminals off of our streets.
Do you feel like that you go in with a lot of publicity about these operations?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like that needs to be revisited so that maybe you go in a little more covertly, or do you need to change the approach at all?
I would say that we have all different kinds of law enforcement operations ongoing with the department at all times. We don't telegraph what they are, the details or specifics, or where we're going to be operating. I would say that there's different tactics utilized for what's appropriate for the situation and the criminal activity we see in a city. Last question?
Do you know the details of Renee Hood's harassment of ICE officers early in the day? Were any of those details shared with you? Because apparently it wasn't just that one incident, it was earlier in the day as well.
Yes, it was, and that will be a part of some of the details that we will be sharing in the future. Thank you. Thank you all for being here, and I appreciate you focusing on this operation and the 54 criminals that we have gotten off the streets because of the work of this team behind me. We thank all of them for their service and recognize that, again, I'll remind you, tomorrow is Law Enforcement Day. Please take the time to thank a law enforcement officer who's out there keeping us and our families safe. Have a wonderful day.
Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem wrapping up a news conference in New York City at the U.S. Customs Border Protection office there, where she was asked a number of questions about what happened yesterday in Minnesota. At the end of that news conference, where she said she believed that the ICE agent was following his training leading up to that shooting yesterday, and she's not opposed to sending more agents to Minnesota as well. We should note that at around 12:30 Eastern, we do expect to hear from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, speaking again in the aftermath of yesterday's shooting and the protests we're continuing to see in the area today. We are also awaiting a briefing at 1 o'clock from the White House. That's Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and Vice President J.D. Vance also going to be joining her live for that. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Breaking news and an update to a story we were following earlier on Capitol Hill. The Senate approved a test vote on the War Powers Act regarding action in Venezuela. 5 Republicans voted with Democrats to give enough votes for that to pass. I want to read the Republicans who voted in favor of that. Senators Rand Paul of Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski of Alaska, Susan Collins of Maine, Todd Young of Indiana, and Josh Hawley of Missouri. That is a resolution to limit Trump's war powers in Venezuela. Again, that did advance. It now faces another vote. That one would require 60 votes to pass, so they would need more Republican defectors, essentially, if that is going to pass. We should note that Florida senators voted against that discharge, so against that in that test vote. We are standing by waiting a news conference at 1 o'clock from the White House press briefing, White House press secretary and J.D. Vance. We do expect them to speak about what happened yesterday in Minnesota. We're also waiting for a news conference at 12:30 from Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Here's a live look on the ground to investigate the deadly shooting. They said they're being blocked in their investigation by immigrations and customs enforcement, or by the feds, and having some issues with the FBI not letting them be part of that investigation. So that it was something that we will likely hear Tim Walz talk about in that 12:30 news conference. We will bring you that news conference when it does begin. In fact, I just got a live feed, so here's a live look at that podium. Again, the State Emergency Operations Center, where we heard from the governor yesterday during that news conference. So again, we will bring that to you live as soon as that begins. In the meantime, I do want to get you to something that we heard locally here just a little bit ago. Had the live picture up for you as we heard from leaders with the downtown Orlando group talking about a number of construction projects in the downtown area and giving an update on where those stand. So some interesting things to hear and to see. They showed a lot of renderings and images about kind of where those projects stand. So I want to take you back. This was just moments ago in Orlando as we got an update on the downtown Orlando action plan when it comes to construction projects going on in the area.
In downtown, it's postage stamp size. It's about 1/10 of an acre. But the real opportunity here was, as we look at creating more spaces for people to gather, what could those look like? What should those look like? What was needed? So when you think about, as I mentioned before, about those other great cities that many of us have visited, another big part of the conversation came up is, let's say like New York does this really well. You'll just be walking down the street and then you'll notice like you either just walk by this mini pocket park or vice versa. You're just standing right in front of it and you may stop, grab a cup of coffee somewhere, or maybe just sit down and peruse on your phone for a little bit. We really don't have those components in our downtown. The good part about that is we don't have a lot of what some folks call missing teeth. Like there's not enough knockdown buildings that are just sitting there vacant. This particular site, for those of you who have been in Orlando for a bit, know that there was a building there, a lot of refer to it as the Quiznos building. There was a Quiznos there, it burned down. It hasn't been able to be redeveloped since. So we purchased that a little less than a year ago and kind of envisioned a beautiful pocket park for that specific area. So you look at this and you kind of ask yourself, well, what's happening in this photo? I ask myself what's happening in this photo. And you see a couple different things. The first is really trying to create that designated space that separates you from the downtown, almost like you're walking into like a little living room, right? Where you can go, you can be separated a little bit. You have a water feature that drowns out a little bit, white noise, the sounds of the city around you. There's benches to sit. Again, there's planting areas. You also see tables to come and have lunch. And then if you look a little bit closer, what you're also starting to see is what our sidewalks and treatments will look like throughout downtown when all of this project is complete. That piece that you see at the top, that is somewhat unique. So that is a shade structure. During the day, we all know that we need a lot more shade. We're in Florida. But at night, it transforms. It becomes a light structure. At night, you want the inverse of shade, right? That is light. So it's a vision for something that will be active both day and at night. To either A, just have a stop for lunch, or maybe potentially even organize, hey, I'm going to meet some friends or something like that before we go out and have a good night on the town. The next one that came along with that is the Lake Eola Gateway. So as I mentioned before, if you Google Orlando, you're probably going to come up with a picture of Lake Eola in the top, one of the top results. Lake Eola is our centerpiece, and there's so many great things about it. Really, what we felt it lacked was a significant entry feature that connected it to our downtown. For years, it's kind of in Washington, but Washington, if you know, that's kind of when you come in right next to the band shell. But just that experience isn't, I don't think, all we would want it to be for our signature park. But we were fortunate to be able to purchase, in that same package from the same owner that I just showed you, owned 30 South Orange, 2 more, what I call the final pieces of Lake Eola, which were this building, right here. It's a city center building, as well as there is a house that's behind it, 215 East Central. And what that purchase allows us to do, so this is if you're, again, almost we're in the center of everything here at the library. If you were to walk out the library doors, out on the Central, and you make a left, this is the area that you would see. But effectively, it takes this entrance, this experience, this welcoming that you would have today to something like this. We really can focus in on what's iconic about Lake Eola. It's the logo of our city. It's the fountain. To really focus your eyes on that. Have a shade structure. This is one thing that I don't know if I still 100% believe, but the engineers tell me is true. That this shade structure, based on how the sun ultimately travels over that area, provides shade 70% of the time, but it's still open and airy. It doesn't make you feel trapped in. But then also really just connect, as I mentioned, Lake Eola to our downtown so we can have that grand entry for things like when I say the farmer's market that may be happening over here, that you can know exactly where you're going and really be have a sense of pride for our city's signature park. And I got 2 more that I'll share with you before I turn it over to Jerry. The next one is our Church Street reconstruction. Church Street is a street that really needs no introduction to that. It's one of the components that has literally traveled the world about downtown Orlando. We have a visitor center. It's called Discover Downtown. It's right on the corner of Orange and Church. And the number one question, if I had our manager here, we say, what's the number one question that people ask you when they come inside is, where is Church Street? And the response is, well, you're standing on it. But the context there is, they hear these great things about Church Street so much that they want to come down and see it, but when they get here, it doesn't match, right? Like, it's not the context. It doesn't provide that sense of arrival, that excitement that they thought that it would have. So reworking Church Street from what it is today, which is this, to where it's going, which is this, really allows us to set the stage for the next life, as I like to refer to it, of Church Street. So what you see happening in this picture is, again, that festival street component where it's curbless, that emphasizes the pedestrian. What various individuals will tell you, if you were to drive down the street, you're probably just going to go slower by nature, even if you don't want to, just because you don't necessarily know what's happening, right? Like, you're looking around you, you're making sure you don't hit anyone. It's not like, okay, I'm in the street, I have the right of way, so I'm just going to hit the gas and get to the next red light as quick as I can. I'm going to dodge pedestrians along the way, or they just need to get out of mine. But bigger sidewalks, right? We all like to eat outside, those sidewalk cafes, so businesses can drive. More shade, more lighting at night, places to sit. And again, I point out the more areas for planting so we can start to treat that water where it goes. As I mentioned in the beginning, Church Street, as well as Magnolia, are what we call our exceptional streets. These are the streets that just by purely walking downtown and having no knowledge of what the plan was, that you should feel yourself just being normally pulled to walk this way because it just feels right, so to speak. And that will get you throughout areas of our downtown. And then the last project I'll talk about rather quickly that's going to start this year is the canopy. So if you haven't heard the term the canopy, this is the area that's under I-4, right between really Church Street on the south side, a little bit north of Central on the north side. And as you think about what I mentioned in the beginning, about really as we start to look at downtown as a park, as one of those big ideas, it's really about, if anybody remembers, making each place unique. and making it serve a very definitive purpose so you know what type of experience you're looking to have, and then you can choose your destination based on it. The canopy is just that. This context is really taking the traditional park space and making it become something that embraces technology, embraces the context of what Orlando is becoming and that tech hub, and then joining it with not only civic spaces, but also the immense opportunities we have with all of our event centers, because this literally connects both our east side of downtown with our west side of downtown. Think Kia Center that's coming, that's already there. Think Westport that's coming across the street. We have Inter and Co Stadium. We have changes coming to the Citrus Bowl. And this context will be the largest projection light show anywhere in the country. So what you see here, absent of those metal trees, which are meant to kind of showcase a little bit of old Florida. A lot of people, when you say, how do you envision old Florida, you think the big oaks with the moss on them and all those type of things. Can't really plant those great trees under I-4, right? There's no sun for them to grow. But how do we embrace that, integrate it with technology? But everything that you see, even the floor in and of itself, can be changed by the flip of a switch. So there's actually digital mapping components that can change that. So it could be something great that's celebrating a Magic game one night. It could celebrate National Donut Day the next day. But it will continue to provide a new destination that you just might want to visit yourself or show someone when they're coming to visit your city, and provide a very exciting connection for our east and west sides. On both sides of that, there's actually area enough similar to the High Line in New York. So you see these walking paths that you can either bicycle on. As I mentioned, we want to be multimodal. That'll connect all the way up through that corridor. So you'll have multiple ways either to get to those venues or just pass through downtown as we look at connecting all of our bike trails as well. So before I transfer over to Jerry, I want to ask you to do two things. When you're on your way out, you can scan this QR code. That allows you to track our progress, get continual updates. There's this card in the back. Feel free to take one. And there's also a survey for you, if you don't mind, so that we can figure out the best ways to communicate with you about the changes. And also, this is for your transportation options. So if you are a business that has freight requirements and you want to figure out how my business is going to be able to still have my deliveries, please take this, because we need to know the times and various things that your delivery schedule works on. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Jerry Washington. Jerry Washington has been helping us bring all these projects to fruition. He's going to start to talk to you about some of the specifics and when shovels are going to get in the ground. So take it away, Jerry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So Dave kind of gave you the overview of the projects and goals. What I want to do is kind of get down to the logistics of where we are with the early action projects, which is the ones that currently is on the way to design. Oh, I got to speak loud. Michael?
Yeah, you got to talk loud.
Is the mic too? I just got to speak loud. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So really trying to get into the details and the logistics of the project. So these are early action projects that are going on right now in the design phase or getting ready to transfer to construction phase. Magnolia Avenue right now is the one that is scheduled to do a pre-con next week with a kickoff by the end of the month. So we wanted to try to get out to the business owners and the public to let them know what's going on with that project, particularly, as well as the others. So what I want to do is walk through these and kind of give you where we are and what's next. So again, Magnolia, the scope of work for this project is starting from Livingston North all the way down to South Street. The work is from curb to curb. It's kind of just related to just improving the roadway features to get rid of the bus line. So again, plan on starting here at the end of January, early February. The scope of work from high level is to reconfigure the roadway from one way to two way. Like David said, Magnolia is the first roadway that would need to be improved so we can do the next phase of Orange and Roslyn as well as future phase 2 for Magnolia. The goal is to get rid of the limo lanes. So limo is reconfiguring all of their bus routes downtown because of these improvements. The first phase is to get rid of the limo lanes all the way up to Church Street. From Church Street to South Street, that limo lane will remain for the first phase. add additional on-street parking during this interim phase to help with some of the businesses as well as improvements in the area. But the main focus here is to remove the median islands, the landscaping, as well as some of the bus bays that's in the median, as you can see right out here, with reconstructing the concrete paving and roadway milling resurfacing.
I think people in the back can't hear here.
Oh, wow.
Gonna yell it.
I gotta be you.
Yeah.
My bad. Thanks. Sorry about that. The why. So the big picture here, again, major improvements. The overall DTO program is to help convert a lot of these one-way streets to two-way streets. So Magnolia is the first key corridor. Right now, a lot of the one-way streets are used as a cut-through for downtown. So the goal all along was for I-4 to be improved, take a lot of that cut-through traffic and move them to I-4 to convert these local roadways to more pedestrian-friendly roads. So that's the first phase of this, is to do that. So potential construction impacts for this project, kind of big picture. The goal is to close the roadways from block to 2 blocks at a time to help with the construction activity, help expedite the construction. All vehicle traffic will be detoured to either Orange or Roslyn or other locations to mitigate any impacts in those areas. Pedestrian access will be maintained all the time. The sidewalks will not be impacted during the construction activity for this. If there are detour signs or routes will be added and provided to the pedestrians so they'll know which way to go to cross these areas. And again, the construction activity is from curb to curb, but there also will be barriers to protect the pedestrian when walking along the roadway so they don't interact with any of the construction activity. So again, high level, that's the goal of this project, and the goal is to kick off this project by the end of the month. 30 South Orange, like David told you, is right at the corner of Pine and Orange Avenue. Right now, this project is a design-build project. So we have the designer and contractor on board. We've finalized the scope of work of this project. This is going to be one of the priority projects that they're going to be working on, as well as Lake Eola, the gateway. Again, David kind of went through the high level of what is going to be entailed in the scope of work of this project. I just kind of want to stick to the details. So, same thing here. The goal is not to impact the pedestrian as much, but we do anticipate pedestrian impacts along the sidewalks just for connectivity. And a lot of the work will be done inner. Right? So landscaping, water features, shading, all of that will be added. And this is going to be a design build piece, so it's going to go a lot faster. Lake Eola Gateway is in the center. So again, the goal is to demo this building to create that entryway. Same thing as the design build. We have the contractor on board, already working out the permitting for the demo. Big picture, and we have the contractor board. They should be starting NTP early February. This is priority 1 project for our scope of work out of those 2 projects. So this project will be on the priority list as far as what they're going to be trying to get done, hopefully by the beginning of next year. Big picture. I want to really go over anything else David had. Here we go. Again, big picture. A lot of the construction work will be done within the footprint, demolition and reconstruction. There will be some work that leaks out into Lake Eola for connectivity. Again, some sidewalk closures just because of where the area is and the utility work that's in those areas, so we anticipate some improvements in there. The phase 1 of that would be the demo of the 205 East Central. Removing asphalt, utility connections, brick pavers, and taking a lot of those features that was put in there on the previous project, possibly reused. Phase 2 is the design and construction. corridor for Church Street.
Also a deep thank you to Minnesotans and those across the country. I understand a fund has been set up to support Renee's 6-year-old child and wife, other things being done. I would encourage Minnesotans and folks across the country in this moment. You're seeing neighborliness and kindness rise to the occasion, is go and find out what they're doing there and give some help if you can. I'd also say last night we saw Minnesotans meet the moment once again. Thousands of Minnesotans demonstrated last night peacefully. They shared a message about the reckless ICE mobilization is not keeping us safe and led to the tragedy that the world witnessed once again. To Minnesota, I say thank you. There's strength in numbers, there's power in peace, and what we saw was a beautiful vigil to a life that we're starting to learn more about. And I will let those that want to push out false narratives, to slander or defame Renee Good, Minnesotans will tell her life story. Minnesotans will be there to defend her honor and see this as a human being, not a moment in time or the callous casualness that I've watched some people on TV gloss over what they saw. We've also spent a lot of time talking last 24 hours about accountability. That means no function of government operates with impunity. It means when someone's in a position of authority and they commit any act that impacts our people, there has to be another place to turn to get justice. Checks and balances. Basic idea, the center of the formation of our country. It's the only measure that protects us from the abuse of government or federal overreach or tyrannical government. Yesterday, the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, the BCA, spent the day yesterday attempting to get that accountability to participate in the investigation. And I just want to make this as clear as possible to everyone. Minnesota must be part of this investigation. These are nonpartisan career professionals that have spent years building the trust of the community. There's a BCA Force Investigations Unit that was created by the legislature, by the people of Minnesota, to provide an independent, consistent, and trusted mechanism for investigating the use of force incidents involving law enforcement officers. Minnesota has seen our share of these. And what you've seen is, and I have witnessed it during my time, that these professionals have risen to the moment. They are trusted by people. People who are not by inclination trusting of law enforcement or government have come to see the professionals at the BCA as true arbitrators that can get them justice. The unit is the result of years of scrutiny, public engagement, and bipartisan legislative action. Minnesotans have made it clear time and again they expect transparency through this process where a police officer uses deadly force. The BCA, Commissioner, Superintendent Evans, have earned that trust by delivering on that expectation. I think it's clear to everyone as they saw this that it feels now that Minnesota has been taken out of the investigation. It feels very, very difficult that we will get a fair outcome. And I say that only because people in positions of power have already passed judgment, from the president to the vice president to Kristi, Noem, have stood and told you things that are verifiably false, verifiably inaccurate. They have determined the character of a 37-year-old mom that they didn't even don't know. They've determined that the actions are done. I don't know. I've not used inflammatory terms of what happened. I've asked us to find the answers. The only way we find the answers is a thorough investigation by nonpartisan professionals. We've delivered that. We've been able to do it. We've earned the trust. And when I say that, the trust of BCA, and I tell Minnesotans the trust of law enforcement here. Everyone knows, globally, certainly here, that George Floyd, who was murdered a few blocks from this site, tore at the soul of who we were. But we healed, we built back trust. Chief Brian O'Hara came in and took one of the most difficult jobs in America of building back trust in the police force in Minneapolis after Derek Chauvin murdered George Floyd. And he's earned that. And he's level, and he's fair, and he's asking for that. And so, Minnesotans, I will continue to press that we be part of the investigation, that we do the investigation, so that Minnesotans can trust what the outcome is. I don't have a predetermined notion. Yes, I saw the video. Yes, I saw that. But a thorough investigation will see what happened before that. It will take all factors in, and it will come up with a fair and just conclusion. And we will accept that. Very, very difficult for Minnesotans to think in any way this is going to be fair when Kristi Noem was judge, jury, and basically executioner yesterday. That's very, very difficult to think that they were going to be fair. With that being said, Minnesotans, we've risen to the occasion so far, but it's going to get challenging. It's going to be challenging because I feel your anger. The human desire to lash out in this moment is very real. I can tell you that that is the wish of many people, that they fulfill the wish they want to see us turn on one another, turn towards violence rather than peaceful reconciliation, rather than peaceful civil disobedience. And we have to do our best to not play into that. I say this too when I saw yesterday some of the anger, whether it's Minneapolis Police, Minnesota State Patrol, Hennepin County Sheriff's Office, Minnesota National Guard. They are there to protect and serve, as it said. They are there to protect Minnesotans. Throwing your anger at them only inflames this situation. And I know some of you were up at the Whipple building this morning, and to the press who are here, I saw some of this myself. Thank you. Continue to have access to every single space. Continue to cover this story. Continue to show the world what's out there. I will say it where our president won't. The press are the defenders of our democracy. You need to be there. But I also tell folks, protect our Minnesotans who are out there and don't turn the anger to them. This is a brazen use of force. They want us to bend the knee. They want us troops on the ground. Use them as excuse to show that these are violent protests. And I also witnessed what I think is going to be a pattern over the next few days and the coming hours, is I saw an individual show up there with the intent to antagonize folks who were peacefully protesting, with a bullhorn to scream at them. And again, the desire to move on that individual is exactly what they want, because our respect for the First Amendment means we will expect and respect all opinions. If this individual is there expressing support for ICE, that's their constitutional right to do so, and they need to be protected. Don't allow that to be a catalyst to create violence. We believe in states' rights. We believe the federal government needs to stay out of this. We believe that the situation has gotten worse and less safe because of their presence. And I will just say there were two incidents yesterday I saw after this that just tore at my soul. I saw an individual at the scene identify themselves as medical personnel, a physician, and asked to provide aid, and an ICE agent said, "I do not care." That lack of humanity was chilling to me. And after this incident happened, and after the tensions rose, ICE agents entered a Minnesota school, causing disruptions at that school. I can't say this strongly enough as governor, as a parent, as a teacher. To our elected representatives, Democrats and Republicans, I beg you, I implore you to tell them to stay out of our schools. This tragedy will be magnified 100-fold if this fight moves into the hallways of our public schools amongst our youth. And they're watching us. They're watching us now, how we respond. So I've got a few simple asks. Let us, the professionals, handle this on, and above all else, stay out of our schools. I'd like to ask you to care, but that might be a step too far for some people. But I know Minnesotans care. So we'll protest peacefully. We will win in courts. We will certainly win in the defense of our democracy because the American people see what's happening here. But the way that we don't win and the way that we lose, if this turns towards violence and allows them to escalate, it cannot happen. So I ask the grass top leaders out there, the faith leaders, the folks who are on the streets, and in many times the true leaders are not the elected officials. They're the folks on the ground. I beg you, implore you, follow those words of the leaders we've had. I had the privilege of serving with John Lewis, and John talked about good trouble. I'm not telling you not to find good trouble, but I asked John many times, I said, John, I don't know if I'd have your self-restraint. Didn't you want to lash out? He said, yes, daily. But he said, I wanted to win this. I wanted to do what right, and I wanted justice to prevail. And to do that, I knew the only way was to not lash out, to not give in to that. So to each and every one of you, we're not going to win this through violence. We're going to win it through justice. We're going to win it through compassion. We're going to win it through Minnesota Nice, and we're going to win it by holding every one of these people accountable as they should for what we've seen on the streets of Minneapolis. With that, I'm going to turn to Commissioner Jacobson to give you a situation update.
Thank you, Governor. Again, I'm Bob Jacobson, and it is my honor to serve as the Commissioner of Public Safety. First of all, again, I want to express my sincere condolences to the loved ones of Renee Nicole Good. Someone has lost their life, and that is not something that anyone takes lightly. Minnesotans came out yesterday to express their grief, their frustration, and their anger at this terrible tragedy. I expect that they will continue to come out today. And I want to thank everyone who demonstrated peacefully. This helped honor Renee's memory and gave her family space to mourn. Minnesota's residents and visitors have the right to demonstrate and to exercise their First Amendment rights. I want to remind everyone that there are safe ways to do so. Our goal is to reduce tensions, to avoid conflict, and to maintain a calm environment. As I mentioned yesterday, we recommend the following safe and lawful ways to demonstrate. Please get together peacefully with others in public areas where pedestrians are allowed. March or walk together in pedestrian areas, please, not on the roadways. Make your voice heard through chants, speeches, and displaying signs. And there are a few things I just want to mention very quickly that are unsafe. Because as always, our top priority is public safety, and we cannot allow behaviors that create hazards, threaten public safety, or disrupt emergency services or endanger people nearby. That would include certainly demonstrating on the freeway, walking on highways, throwing objects, setting things on fire, property damage, graffiti, fireworks, illegal weapons, reckless and dangerous driving, or assaultive or aggressive behavior. I know that we all want more definitive answers about that fatal shooting that occurred yesterday. And as we are able to get those answers and dispel rumors and false information, then we can rightfully honor Renee's memory and help her family, loved ones, and our community heal. With that, I'll turn it back to Governor Walz and maybe a few questions.
Please. Esme? I have not. As I said yesterday, I did speak to Secretary Noem and received a lot of talking points. I will note that I asked Secretary Noem how she would have felt if President Biden had sent 2,000 troops into Rapid City, South Dakota, and she said she would have welcomed them. I leave that for the folks of South Dakota to determine. I've not spoken to the president. I would ask him, first of all, the goal here is to make America safe, is what he said. There is no verifiable evidence that any of this is making America safer. I would ask him to de-escalate in the moment, to allow Minnesotans to back up and grieve, to allow this investigation to be played out by the rule of law. I said it again, I have not passed any judgment on this. And to please, whatever it is, leave Minnesota alone. earlier this week, I don't know if it was if something he wanted to have already made it clear. I'm exiting the stage here in a year. But I told him I have a year to continue to do what I love dearly and what I believe I've been good at, making Minnesota a better place to live. The number of calls we got today of parents asking if they should send their kids to school or not. Minneapolis had to make what I believe was the absolute correct decision to cancel school. We have students out of learning today. I would just ask him, I'm not talking anything about border security. I'm not talking anything about what he needs to do on that. None of this is accomplishing either his mission or making us any safer. So just give us a pause. Let us breathe. Look, we're exhausted. We're exhausted as Minnesotans. We're exhausted as Americans. And this relentless assault on Minnesota, for whatever reason, is just cruel now. It has reached cruelness. So please, just give us a break. And if it's me, you're already getting what you want. But leave my people alone. Leave our state alone. And look again and see what's happening. It's not me saying it. You're hearing it from many, many others. So that's what I would say.
Is there anything stopping state and local law enforcement from conducting an independent investigation into this, even if the federal government does not want to have you have a joint investigation?
So, great question. We have asked for cooperation from the federal government. We were invited in to do a joint investigation on this initially. We continue to work with the federal government all the time on joint investigations. This is not something new, whether it be with the FBI or other federal law enforcement agencies, so we are accustomed to doing joint investigations. As the governor has mentioned, our force investigative unit within the BCA has a stellar reputation for doing quality investigations, for finding the answers to the questions that people have. There are so many questions out there that I know the public has from watching what's been shown on social media and regular media. And the goal for me would be to provide an investigation, preferably in tandem with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, because we work with them all the time, and they do have all the evidence in the original investigative notes and reports. We have none of that. They have shared none of that with us. We would welcome the opportunity to jump back in, to do that investigation, use our high-quality investigators from the BCA to be able to do that with them, to find the answers that the public deserves. Without any of that information, or without any of that assistance from the FBI or the federal government, we would be at a loss to be able to initiate and conduct a thorough investigation. For us to be able to do that, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, without cooperation from the federal government.
How difficult would it be to file state charges without the cooperation of the FBI?
To be able to file state charges, we would need, again, a full investigation, which would include the opportunity to have been at the crime scene, to have had the opportunity to take a look at all the video and evidence that the FBI would have in their possession. I don't make any prejudgments about what happened yesterday. We can all see what we want to see on the videos and what we have seen in the media. That doesn't mean that none of us, I will not, as a public safety professional, jump to any conclusions as to who is at fault in this. What I will say, though, is that unless we do that thorough investigation, unless we have access to all of that evidence, unless we have access to the agents that were involved in that, to any witnesses, without any of that, we would not be able to put together a quality investigation for any prosecutor to be able to make a determination as to whether or not someone should be charged with a crime.
I'm going to note on this, too, that no one less than Tom Homan yesterday said it would be unprofessional to pass judgment ahead of time. Now, the disconnect between what Tom Homan said and Kristi Noem said needs to be rectified by the federal government. I will note, too, this is a question I asked, not being an attorney of my team, and it will go to the family, that there will certainly be civil cases filed on this, and those will be filed in Minnesota court and be held in court. Corin?
What is standard operating procedure when a federal agent of any kind in Minnesota shot and killed somebody, a civilian? Are you usually involved? Is there usually a joint investigation?
Generally, if there is any investigation involving use by a federal officer, generally the federal government, federal officials will lead that investigation. We have participated in numerous investigations in the past. It is very infrequent where there's a use of force by law enforcement officer, federal law enforcement officer, but we have worked jointly and shared information in previous investigations.
I'd like to say, I'm gonna add on this. I'm gonna say, if you truly wanted to de-escalate this situation, the logical conclusion would be to follow that procedure and allow Minnesota to participate. And that's where we started yesterday, and it's one of the reasons I came out here, and I'm not going to criticize that because that was the proper process, and I'm going to have to talk to Minnesotans to try, and it's a very difficult task. I think we all know what can happen here, to calmly wait until all the facts come out. I think you in this room are seeing the gravity of this situation by not allowing Minnesota to participate, and the prejudgment that's already been made by leadership creates a very, very dangerous situation. And that's why, once again, I'm going to reiterate to our federal partners, simply let us be part of this. Use our professional folks. They will gain you the credibility and the trust of Minnesotans to believe the work that you're doing is honest, and it's not just a whitewash to backfill a predeceived notion. All right, so I got time for...
That the state can do to put in additional protection around schools or to allow for additional e-learning days for these situations?
Yeah, it's interesting, Dana, that you would ask that. We were just, as we were coming in here discussing, someone asked about that, and they mentioned Ruby Bridges and the Little Rock folks about escorting people in. We have not determined that yet, but it is a situation that we're going to have to explore. As I said, again, the thing that cut me deeply was watching what happened in our schools and the chaos, and I was on with Commissioner Jett this morning as he's talking to folks from St. Cloud to Duluth about what they think about today. Should we be in classes today and tomorrow in those schools, or does it pose a potential risk? And so we're trying to figure that out. I think many of the things and the lessons we learned during COVID is local communities and local schools being able to make some of these decisions in the long run probably gets us better outcomes, but we are deeply concerned with that. I'm going to come back as soon as we get any more information from all of you. We'll be in front of you again. I will reiterate, and many of you know my wife Gwen, the First Lady, is an English and literature teacher, and we were talking about some of this, and she got asked the question, and it was when will all of this end? And what Gwen said, it will end when enough people say it will end, and I think that is sage advice. And then I couldn't help but thinking, and it scares me a little bit. I heard those words. We remembered, many of us in here in sophomore, and we read it, that the party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears. It was their final, most important directive. It certainly feels like that in this moment, and so I want Minnesotans to not believe that I'm telling you not to be angry, not to be scared, not to be feeling a little bit hopeless in this moment. But I would also say this, and I saw it last night, I saw it during George Floyd, I've seen it throughout our history. When things looked really bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held that line for the nation on that July 3rd, 1863. And I think now we may be in that moment that the nation's looking to us to hold the line on democracy, to hold the line on decency, to hold the line on accountability, and more than that, to rise up as neighbors and simply say, we can look out for one another, we can have differences, but we've proved to the world going on 250 years that our democracy could hold. It feels to me like we're at one of those inflection points, that simply asking our government to give us accountability, listen to local leaders, ratchet down the rhetoric, let people feel safe in their person, and let's let our kids go to school without fear. Let's let our kids go to school knowing that tomorrow could be a little better day. And so we're going to work on that. I'll leave you with this, and I'm not sure when we'll get in front of you next, but to Minnesotans, again, just one last time, don't give them what they want. Don't give them the unrest that they want. Don't give in to allowing them to bring more folks in here. Don't allow them to expand this somewhere else. Rise up, wrap your arms around your neighbors, peacefully express your First Amendment and your constitutional rights, and let's start healing, get some answers, and move Minnesota forward. Thank you.
Minnesota Governor Tim Walz wrapping up his news conference there in Minnesota at the State Emergency Operations Center as we continue to see protests there in the area after yesterday's shooting that killed a woman. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. And NASA announcing that it canceled today's planned spacewalk and could even bring Crew 11 home from the International Space Station early. That's because they're tracking and monitoring what they're calling a stable medical situation involving a crew member on board the ISS. It's a situation that you don't hear about very often, so we wanted to bring in Ken Kremer, who's the managing editor of Space UpClose and one of our space experts here. And Ken, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Sure, happy to help.
What's your reaction when you hear this? First of all, let's talk about the what NASA's describing as a stable medical situation involving an ISS crew member. I imagine that's something that brings a lot of challenges on board the ISS, whatever that situation might be.
Well, yes, there are a lot of challenges because depending on how serious it is, there's not all the medical devices up there that you have down here or the specialists to treat somebody if there is a true emergency. So it's a serious situation, and it's gotten more serious over the last 24 hours. As you mentioned in your introduction, they were going to do a spacewalk today, and that was on until yesterday afternoon. It was still planned, and then all of a sudden NASA said they have to delay it because of a concern with a medical issue of one of the astronauts on board. And then last night, I get a message from NASA at midnight, literally, saying that it's gotten more serious, and they might have to bring the crew home early. So that's kind of unprecedented because that hasn't happened before. So we don't know the nature of the medical issue, but it's certainly gotten worse over the past 24 hours. We pray for the astronaut involved, whoever it is, that they get better. And, we expect further updates today, maybe later today, and we'll find out what's happening. But, if they have to bring the crew home, that's really serious. And that would only leave 3 people on board the space station. And, you need astronauts up there to maintain it so it doesn't fall out of operation and plummet towards the Earth uncontrolled. So we need astronauts up there, but our primary concern right now is for the health and well-being of whatever astronaut is involved.
Ken, you said you believe this would be the first time if they had to bring that crew home early?
That has never happened before. There have been, some other instances back in 2019. There was an astronaut, unidentified, who had a blood clot in their neck. And so they had a lot of medical discussions about that. And that astronaut was given medications. It was written up in a medical journal. I read that story this morning after this came out. And that mission continued to the end. And, there's been other people that have gotten, minor illnesses, but no one has ever had to come home early. And so it is definitely unprecedented on the International Space Station. With the Russians, that's another story. There was something that happened 40 years ago. But on the ISS, this is totally unprecedented for this to happen. And, Crew 12 is not scheduled to launch until around February 15th. So this is about a month earlier, and there would have been a handover. So Crew 11 was scheduled to come back around February 20 or so. They usually have a 4 or 5 day handover. So again, that's whether they could move that up more. It's already been moved up. That's a big question. We don't know. I doubt they could move it up a month. They certainly can't launch it in the next 2 or 3 days because there is no Falcon ready to go and no Crew Dragon ready to go at this moment. So it would take some time to do that. But they can safely bring Crew 11 home if they need to.
I would imagine even that, though, comes with some challenges here. If you're talking about a serious enough medical situation, and again, we don't know the details of what it might be, but if you're talking about something serious enough that you've got to bring the crew home early, that's probably not an easy thing for an astronaut to strap in for a return flight home.
Well, that's an excellent point. Coming home involves its own stresses, multi G's, and there's just a lot of stress that is related to coming back. So it's not like a ride in the car. All right. And then they got to land in the ocean and hit the ocean at, some moderate speed, but they still will hit the ocean. Then they have to be pulled out of the Crew Dragon, and they have to be helicoptered over to whatever medical facility might be nearby. And this would most likely be in the Pacific off the coast of California. So coming home it's not a piece of cake either. Yes, they do it all the time, but if you're ill, then that introduces its own risk. So there's a balance that they have to look at. And if they can treat it on board, as was done earlier with medications, that would be the best option. But this happened all of a sudden. So, it really is very concerning. One day you're going to do a spacewalk, and the next day, all of a sudden, everything is off. So something had to happen very quickly. This is not a long-standing problem. Something has obviously just happened in the last 24 hours to change the situation completely. So, they did have a call. One of the astronauts did make a call down to the space station to talk to a flight surgeon. We don't know if it involves that astronaut or some other astronaut. We don't know. All we know is that communications has stopped, public communications has stopped, and we'll find out more hopefully later today. And again, we pray for the safety and well-being of that astronaut and all the astronauts on board.
You talk about some of the, all the things that are having to be thought about because of the kind of domino effect here, the ripple effect of this. So just kind of take me through what the thinking might be right now. What's going on at NASA as they kind of run through the options and try to figure out what the best thing and the right thing to do is and adjust plans and situations accordingly.
Well, the health and well-being of the impacted astronaut is number one. So talking to the flight surgeons is absolutely the most important thing to do. Use any medical equipment they can use to evaluate that astronaut that they might have in this situation. Look through the medical cabinet, what they have, if any of that will alleviate whatever is the cause. So communications between the astronaut and the medical team on the ground, and then assistance from the other astronauts already on board, some of them have medical training, so whatever they might be able to do to help, that's all primary. Spacewalks, they can be done anytime. This was not a critical spacewalk. Adding solar arrays is good, and it's necessary, but if it happens today or a month or 2 months from now, it doesn't really matter. So basically everything stopped in order to figure out how they can help this astronaut. And then parallel, they got to make the plans to come home unexpectedly. So that's got to get worked on by a separate team, possibly moving the Crew Dragon launch forward from February 15th is another option. Like I said, I doubt they can move it a month, but maybe they could move it a week or two or even a few days. It depends how serious this situation is. It would be nice to have overlap. And then the other thing you got to remember is there is no rescue for the Russians because their launch system suffered a catastrophic failure at the launch pad a month ago. So they can't launch a rescue Soyuz right now either. So that's going to take months or years to repair. So right now the Crew Dragon is the only way to get astronauts to and from the space station. The Starliner is also out of consideration because it's not crew certified at this time. They're going to do another uncrewed test flight, maybe April this year. So everything hinges on the Crew Dragon. So you got a couple of different issues, taking care of the astronaut, pulling the launch forward, and seeing if anybody else on the station can help out. And so those are the things they got to focus on. Everything else can wait. The well-being of the astronaut is number one. So communication with the medical team is absolutely imperative.
Ken Kremer, managing editor of Space UpClose. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon as we continue to track the situation on the ISS.
Thank you. And hopefully we'll hear more later today.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. I want to give you a live look right now inside the White House press briefing room. We're expecting to hear from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt and the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, any minute now. That was scheduled for 1 o'clock, so again, it could be any minute now that they come out and speak today to a briefing room full of reporters you see there. So we're getting ready for that, and we will bring that to you live when it does begin. A firefighter hazed by his own co-workers, allegedly beaten and waterboarded. This is the situation that we've been following out of Marion County, where 10 workers with the Marion County Fire Rescue were fired, 4 others facing criminal charges. And the victim in this case spoke exclusively with Fox 35's Marie Edinger, who also had the chance to speak with earlier to talk about her reporting.
There are parts of his story Kane Stewart still has trouble telling. Kane is 19 years old, still in his probationary period, his first year of work as a firefighter in Marion County.
I love it, enjoy it.
He's been working as a fill-in, so he'd already been to 6 or 8 stations.
I ask because obviously you have a point of comparison for what things are like at each different station. Did you notice cultural differences?
Yes, ma'am.
He claims Station 12, they're super clean. Station 9 was really relaxed. Station 21, they were bullies. He says his second time working there, the other firefighters smeared grease on him for no reason. It never came out. They threw his stuff into the woods. Then the Marion County Sheriff's Office says 3 of the firefighters grabbed him, dragged him out, pinned him down across the concrete, and held him down, causing tension on his back anytime he tried to fight. Deputies say they took off his belt, pulled down his pants, and whipped him.
That's when it got serious. That's when it was super painful. They had the belt like sandwiched, and it was like he was reaching back whenever he did it. It was super humiliating.
Then the sheriff's office says they covered his face with a towel and waterboarded him.
I was literally unable to breathe, and he was still holding the towel over my face.
The sheriff's office says those 3 firefighters were arrested. A 4th was arrested for allegedly taking Kane's phone. The people accused of attacking him said they thought everyone was just joking around.
It wasn't crazy. I mean, it was hard enough for him to feel it, for it to hurt.
No, I thought I was still joking because he wasn't actively hurting him.
I did call out for help for the lieutenant and the captain. And Kaylee Bradley had told me that no one is coming to save you.
Kane tells me he didn't report the incident to deputies originally. He just asked to not work at the station again.
I didn't want to be labeled as a snitch in the fire department, and no one wanting to work with me and treating me poorly.
But he says that's what happened in the end anyway. When he fills in at other stations now, he's excluded. People treat him differently.
It's very confusing, especially for a young man who's trying to break in. What should be acceptable, right? What should I have to live with in this situation in order to fit into this group?
His attorney says it's tough to be outcast when the people you're working with could wind up responsible for your life.
We've put the county on notice that, obviously what happened here was unacceptable, that there's potential legal action flowing from these activities, and that we're hopeful that we can resolve this in a way that will be beneficial to both Kane and to the county.
Kane says he hopes to stay at the fire department, and it's hard watching what happened after all this. But he never asked for any of it.
I just wish that they hadn't done it.
Fox 35's Marie Edinger joins me now, and Marie, it's tough to hear him share that story, because you can see how much it's affecting him.
It is. He was really nervous going in, and part of that is just, as I mentioned, he has had so many people kind of talking bad about him and not taking this story seriously or saying that it's overblown. And that was really what he wanted to clear up, was to have the opportunity to explain, this really happened and it was bad. It was painful. I'd heard a lot of people say, oh, I don't think he was being hit that hard. He didn't seem like he was reacting all that much. He wasn't trying that hard to get away. one of the things that we talked about that wasn't all that much included in the story you just saw was the emphasis that he was being pressed against the concrete. So anytime he'd struggle, he's having people who are larger than him and multiple people on top of him holding him down. And then the other barrier against his side is the hard ground. So any struggle is like he's risking breaking bones or tearing apart part of his skin. It's difficult to squirm around when that's what you're up against. And a lot of people thought that they were joking around at first, and you heard Kane say, like, he even thought that. At first, he did think that they were just kind of playing. He didn't realize how bad it was going to get. And his other concern was coming forward with this. Some people who called in to our news station or called me or emailed me said that they didn't think it was that serious, in part because he didn't even report it. And what it came down to for him is it's really hard deciding whether to disrupt every single thing at work that he worked for. I mean, he was so excited to be a firefighter, and he went to this school and he loved his job, and he still loves his job. And so deciding whether to create or further this animosity with his coworkers who allegedly attacked him, that's a big thing. And he, in the end, is actually not the one who came forward. He wound up telling a friend about it, and that friend is the one who escalated it to a lieutenant at a different station. And that's how it worked its way up the ranks. It was not actually Kane who made the call to move forward with it. He said he is now happy that things did play out the way they did. This was allegedly a criminal act that allegedly occurred. And he thinks it's reasonable that people would face consequences for exacting violence on him. He still feels bad about it. He knows that some of these people have families, but it's really, he feels the consequences of their own actions coming into play. So the whole thing was really complicated and really sad. And I think one of the more difficult things about it, too, is that it's not over. I mean, these criminal proceedings are going to go on for quite some time. There are a couple people who are appealing being fired of the 6 who lost their jobs but were not criminally charged. Some of them are appealing those decisions. And then Kane also still has to go to work every day and face these people who've made judgments about him based on what happened to him as a victim. So it is still a long road ahead. The whole thing's really sad. One positive to come out of it is the Marion County Fire Department has seemed to take this really seriously, as you've seen. I mean, 4 people charged, 6 others fired as a result of this. And the fire department says they cannot and will not tolerate any violence. And so there were allegations that things like this had happened in the past. One of the people who was criminally charged, Tate Trawine, he said that he had been waterboarded the week before this incident happened. And then he is now accused of doing the same to Kane. And Kane's perspective on that is, if that did happen to him, then he, of all people, should know how painful it was and how difficult that was to go through. So the fire department is saying it can't happen again. And they've taken steps to ensure that. Kane does have an attorney and is proceeding with a lawsuit against the county. And part of what he hopes comes out of that is to enact further change. Maybe put up cameras in the back so that if things like this happen again, they'd be able to see it. Or just any further steps that would take, and maybe more training for people, maybe a periodic emphasis on why it can't be allowed, things like that. So he's hoping that further change comes out of this. Obviously, some already has, and I mean, that's a good thing.
Well, what's next in this, and what is the county doing right now?
So the county is, I mean, the fire department is still, they're hiring, for one. They got rid of 10 people, and they are hoping that this really hammers down their policy and their stance that this is not going to be tolerated. And then the attorney who's working for Kane on Kane's case against the county, he said that he does not feel like this had any sort of animosity necessarily with the fire department. He thinks they're really partners in moving forward and trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That being said, you still have a lawsuit because Kane does have risks associated with this moving forward. It's not just what already happened, it's the danger he now faces at work from people maybe not feeling like they trust him. He said he's been excluded now when he goes to other fire stations. And these are people who could be responsible for your life. I mean, these are people who you risk your life with every day as you're working together. And so you really have to be able to trust those people, and they have to be able to trust you. And if that trust is not there, that can be a danger to him and to others. And it calls into question how capable Kane is going to be of continuing to work there. Right now, he says he is really happy at the station he works now, where he works now. And so obviously we hope that would continue. If it doesn't, they've got a lawsuit coming.
Well, Fox 35's Maria Edinger, you've done a lot of reporting on this, a lot of great digging and investigative reporting on this. And we also appreciate you joining us here today to talk us through after your exclusive interview with Kane there yesterday. So we appreciate you joining us here today.
Thanks so much for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to let you know we are still awaiting a White House press briefing from Vice President J.D. Vance and White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that should begin any minute now. We will bring that to you live when it does begin. Right now, I want to take you just moments ago where we heard a big announcement from the Greater Orlando Sports Commission announcing a number of large-scale sporting events that they are making bids for. We're talking some big national things, including the 2030 NBA All-Star Game, the 2028 to 2031 NCAA Championships, the 2031 FIFA Women's World Cup as well. Here's some of that announcement that happened just moments ago in Orlando.
Speaking of global events, on this next slide, you'll see that our team is going to spend usually about 8 to 10 months of the year out on the road, meeting at conferences and trade shows around the globe, providing opportunities for our organization to help bring these events here to Orlando. As I mentioned, currently working on $3 billion worth of business. You can see the logos on the screen and the number of organizations that we're working with. And I know that we shared that we have a special announcement to make today. So behind the scenes, there's been a team working hard to position ourselves, of course. We took a look at this started during the pandemic, and candidly, the conversations that were starting to take place, hosting MLS, the restart of MLS, of course, the NBA crowned a champion here in Orlando in the bubble at ESPN's Wide World of Sports.
All right, that was Jason Siegel just moments ago. Here is Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Spread across our country, where our brave men and women of federal law enforcement are under organized attack. Right now, immigration and customs enforcement officers are facing a 1,200% increase in assaults, a 3,200% increase in vehicle rammings, and an 8,000% increase in death threats. ICE agents are faithfully enforcing federal law to protect the safety of the American people by removing criminal illegal aliens from our country, which is exactly what nearly 80 million Americans elected President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance to do. Radicals in the Democrat Party are furious over this. They don't want our border secured or criminal illegal aliens being removed. As a result, Democrats are impeding immigration enforcement operations daily, creating extremely heightened and dangerous circumstances that make it nearly impossible for the men and women of law enforcement to simply do their jobs. Democrats are calling to defund federal law enforcement agencies who are protecting public safety. And Democrats are calling to abolish ICE and defund the police. That will never be allowed to happen under this president and vice president. The Trump administration will redouble our efforts to get the worst of the worst, criminal illegal alien killers, rapists, and pedophiles off of American streets. The Department of Homeland Security will continue to operate on the ground in Minnesota, not only to remove criminal illegal aliens, but also to continue conducting door-to-door investigations of the rampant fraud that has taken place in the state under the failed and corrupt leadership of Democrat Governor Tim Walz. Taxpayers have been ripped off to the tune of billions of dollars in this one state alone, and that is going to end, and people are going to be held accountable. The Trump administration has activated thousands of federal agents, doubled the number of U.S. attorneys in the DOJ office in Minneapolis, and surged resources to hold fraudsters accountable and demand justice for law-abiding American taxpayers and citizens across our country. And that's what brings the Vice President out here with me today to discuss all the Trump administration is doing and to make an additional important announcement on this front. So please, Mr. Vice President, will be joining us now.
Thank you. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. And I want to echo some of what Carolyn said about what we're doing to combat the rampant fraud that exists in our immigration system, thanks to failed politicians and thanks to people who allowed the American taxpayer to be taken advantage of for far too long. I think it's important to understand why this matters to the American people. I am a father of 3 young kids, a lot of people in my generation. What is that going on there? Is that normal? Okay. CNN installed this broken camera just to throw me off my game, but it's not going to work. So here's the simple fact here. If you're a young parent struggling to afford childcare in the United States of America, there are programs that we have to make it easier for your kids to get in daycare, for your kids to get in preschool. Those programs should go to American citizens, not be defrauded by Somali immigrants and others. Make it hard for you to get the access to the resources you need. But number 2, making it easier for people who shouldn't even be in this country to fleece the United States and our taxpayers to begin with. We have actually activated a major interagency task force to make it possible to get to the heart of this fraud. We have Department of Agriculture resources that are focused on SNAP fraud so that people who need food benefits can get them, but illegal aliens and other fraudsters don't. We have over 1,500 subpoenas that the Department of Justice has issued to get to the heart of the fraud ring. We've done almost 100 indictments, mostly Somali immigrants, but also a few others. And of course, we're looking in with broad investigatory authority to a number of the instances of wrongdoing that we've seen in Minneapolis. But we also want to expand this. We know that the fraud isn't just happening in Minneapolis, it's also happening in states like Ohio. It's happening in states like California. And so what we're doing in order to help coordinate this remarkable interagency effort from the Trump administration, but also to make sure that we prosecute the bad guys and do it as swiftly and efficiently as possible, is we are creating a new Assistant Attorney General position who will have nationwide jurisdiction over the issue of fraud. Now, of course, that person's efforts will start and focus primarily in Minnesota, but it is going to be a nationwide effort because, unfortunately, the American people have been defrauded in a very nationwide way. I want to thank a couple of people for their cooperation, in particular Pam Bondi, our Attorney General, first of all, for getting a lot of resources to Minneapolis to start to investigate and prosecute this fraud, really at an industrial scale. We've never seen fraud like this in the history of our country. Pam has been doing a great job to get the resources there to uncover it, but importantly, creating a job like this often takes months, sometimes even longer. When we realized that we needed this Associate Attorney General position, Pam got this person up and running in about a week. We're going to make the nomination hopefully in the next few days. We'll obviously let you guys know who that is when we do it. I've talked to Senate Majority Leader John Thune, who has promised me swift confirmation for this official, but this is the person who is going to make sure that we stop defrauding the American people. Here's one final thing I'll say about this. I've heard a lot of people say that we need a special counsel to investigate fraud in the United States of America. I actually agree, and that's what this position does. It has all the benefits, all the resources, all the authority of a special counsel, but with two crucial differences. Number one, it will be run out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States. And number two, it's actually constitutionally legitimate. As you guys may know, the special counsel statute has some major constitutional questions. When we get the bad guys, we want to make sure we get them permanently and they don't have some legal technicality they can get out of, which is why we set it up as an Associate Attorney General. I'll take some questions, but I want to make just one final observation here. When I was actually walking out here, somebody sent me a photo of a CNN headline about what happened in Minneapolis. And this is the headline. I'm just going to read it. Outrage after ICE officer kills U.S. citizen in Minneapolis. Well, that's one way to put it, and that is the way that many people in the corporate media have put this attack over the last 24 hours. And I say attack very, very intentionally, because this was an attack on federal law enforcement. This was an attack on law and order. This was an attack on the American people. The way that the media, by and large, has reported this story has been an absolute disgrace, and it puts our law enforcement officers at risk every single day. What that headline leaves out is the fact that that very ICE officer nearly had his life ended, dragged by a car 6 months ago, 33 stitches in his leg. So you think maybe he's a little bit sensitive about somebody ramming him with an automobile. What that headline leaves out is that that woman was there to interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation in the United States of America. What that headline leaves out is that that woman is part of a broader left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job. If the media wants to tell the truth, they ought to tell the truth that a group of left-wing radicals have been working tirelessly, sometimes using domestic terror techniques to try to make it impossible for the President of the United States to do what the American people elected him to do, which is enforce our immigration laws. The President stands with ICE. I stand with ICE. We stand with all of our law enforcement officers. And part of that is recognizing that you people in the media, not everybody in this room, but many people in this room have been lying about this attack. She was trying to ram this guy with her car. He shot back. He defended himself. He's already been seriously wounded in law enforcement operations before, and everybody who's been repeating the lie that this is some innocent woman who was out for a drive in Minneapolis when a law enforcement officer shot at her, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Every single one of you. Questions?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I wanted to read a quote from Tim Walz earlier today. He said, "When things looked bleak, it was Minnesota's first that held the line for the nation on July 3rd, 1863, and I think we may be in that moment now." Can you comment on his rhetoric and Mayor Jacob Frey and whether they want to see unrest in Minneapolis?
Well, that's very tough rhetoric from a guy who just quit because his fraudulent activities have been uncovered. Look, Tim Walz is a joke. His entire administration has been a joke. The idea that he's some sort of freedom fighter, he's not. He's a guy who has enabled fraud and maybe, in fact, has participated in fraud. That's what this new Assistant Attorney General position is going to find out. I don't care what Tim Walz says. I care about getting to the bottom of this fraud for the American people, and I care about enforcing the nation's immigration laws. That's what we're going to stay focused on.
On a related question here, I mean, Democrats have accused ICE of murder. They've said they're targeting Americans. They've told ICE to get the F out of Minnesota. This is going to stoke the fire against ICE agents, and you're talking about ICE agents right now and being concerned about them. What, if anything, is the administration going to do to make sure these folks are protected during these protests? But also, should DHS sort of revisit their procedures here? I mean, nobody wants to see an American killed. Are there changes that need to be made to make sure something like this doesn't happen again?
Look, first of all, of course, nobody wants an American citizen to be killed. This is absolutely a tragedy, but it's a tragedy of the making of the far left. They have radicalized a very small segment of the population, taught them that ICE agents are engaging in wide-scale violation of people's rights. What our ICE officers are doing is deporting the millions of criminal aliens that were let in during the Biden administration. So number one, we have to say, as a matter of leadership, and I would appreciate if the Democrats would join me on this, let's be honest about the fact that we have way too many illegal aliens in this country. Our ICE officers should be supported in doing their job. You're trying to actually marshal the far left lunatic fringe to engage in doxing, to try to make it impossible for them to enforce the law, and in some cases actually to engage in acts of domestic terrorism against our law enforcement officers. When you talk about different plans, different protocols, different policies, I forget exactly how you asked the question. Here's the simple fact. What we're going to do is make it easier for the American people's administration to enforce the American people's law. And that means that Democrats have to stop rallying the mob against legitimate law enforcement operations, and that means that we are going to get tougher, and that's what this AAG position is about. We're going to get tougher at the people who are defrauding the United States by inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's one of the things that we're going to do. We've already started that work at the Department of Justice, but we're going to keep on doing it, and this new AAG position is going to kick that into high gear.
Vice President Vance, you just suggested that this woman who was killed, Renee Good, is part of a broader left-wing network. Who do you think is behind this broader left-wing network?
Well, it's one of the things we're going to have to figure out, but here's the way that I put it. When somebody throws a brick at an ICE agent, or somebody tries to run over an ICE agent, who paid for the brick? And who told protesters to show up and engage in violent activity against our law enforcement officers? You see, just with this most recent terrible incident in Minneapolis, you see friends of this woman's or other people who are eyewitnesses saying basically that she was there to engage in obstruction of a legitimate law enforcement operation. How did she get there? How did she learn about this? There's an entire network, and frankly, some of the media are participating in it, that is trying to incite violence against our law enforcement officers. It's ridiculous, it's preposterous, and part of our investigatory work is getting to the bottom of it. Who's funding it? Who's supporting it? Who's cheerleading it? And of course, if there's illegal activity related to that, we're going to get to the bottom of that and prosecute it where we can.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for taking questions today. Is there a risk with you describing her as a deranged leftist, talking about very specific facts of these events, when an investigation is just beginning? Are you preempting a thorough investigation by drawing such conclusions? And have you received any information beyond the videos we've seen publicly about this individual, her specific acts, that has informed your point of view?
Well, first of all, the Department of Justice is going to investigate this. The Department of Homeland Security is already investigating this. But the simple fact is, what you see is what you get in this case. You have a woman who was trying to obstruct a legitimate law enforcement operation. Nobody debates that. You have a woman who aimed her car at a law enforcement officer and pressed on the accelerator. Nobody debates that. I can believe that her death is a tragedy, while also recognizing that it's a tragedy of her own making and a tragedy of the far left, who has marshaled an entire movement a lunatic fringe against our law enforcement officers. I think what is clearly happening here, and it's going to keep on happening unless the Democrats wake up and say, you know what, you don't have to agree with our immigration policies. You don't have to agree with what the president or the vice president believe about immigration enforcement, but why don't you take this to the ballot box? Why don't you vote? Why don't you organize? Instead, what some of them are doing is encouraging people to get violent with our law enforcement officials. It's disgraceful, and it's got to stop.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that question, and again, thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. There's clearly a lot of emotion in Minnesota, across the country, over this incident. You're calling Renee Good a deranged leftist. There's been heated rhetoric that we've also heard from officials. What responsibility do you and the president have to diffuse some of the tension that we are seeing play out in Minnesota, bring down the temperature as this investigation is unfolding?
What we have a responsibility to do is to protect the people who are enforcing the law and protect the country writ large. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, you deserve to have the people's laws enforced in the United States of America. Now, again, I'm not happy that this woman lost her life. I'm not happy that this woman was there at a protest violating the law by interfering with a law enforcement action. I think that we can all recognize that the best way to turn down the temperature is to tell people to take their concerns about immigration policy to the ballot box. Stop assaulting and stop inciting violence against our law enforcement officers. That's the best way to take down the temperature. And we're not going to give in to terrorism on this. And that's exactly what's happening. People trying to antagonize, to commit acts of violence. They throw bricks at them. Sometimes they shoot at them. Sometimes they dox them. Sometimes they go to their place of residence and harass their families. This is classic terrorism. And we cannot say that when a far left fringe is inciting violence against our brave law enforcement officials, that we're no longer going to enforce the law. That's rewarding the very people who are engaged in this garbage. The actual reward that they just got is a new assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate this stuff even more aggressively than before.
Yeah. Thanks for taking my question. So the head of Minnesota's investigations agency says that the U.S. Attorney's Office has essentially cut off the state investigations agency's access to the investigation. What is the precedent for that, and why shouldn't the Minnesota officials on the ground have access and evidence to work on this investigation?
First of all, I wish the state officials in Minnesota would investigate why you have so many people who are using their vehicles and other means to actually interfere with a legitimate law enforcement operation. The precedent here is very simple. You have a federal law enforcement official engaging in federal law enforcement action. That's a federal issue. That guy is protected by absolute immunity. He was doing his job. The idea that Tim Walz and a bunch of radicals in Minneapolis are going to go after and make this guy's life miserable because he was doing the job that he was asked to do is preposterous. The unprecedented thing is the idea that a local official can actually prosecute a federal official with absolute immunity. I've never seen anything like that. It would get tossed out by a judge. So what I'd like Minnesota to focus on is the real issue, that they're encouraging people. Minneapolis officials are encouraging people to commit violence against ICE officials. It's ridiculous. It's got to stop. Go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you. You said earlier that there's a left-wing network to attack, to dox, to assault, and make it impossible for ICE officers to do their job. You told my colleague just now that there's an investigation going on into that network.
Yep.
So if everything that you say is true, how does being part of that network justify being shot?
Well, being part of the network doesn't justify being shot, but ramming an ICE officer with your car, that's what justifies being shot. It's not a good thing, by the way, but when you force somebody to engage in self-defense, it's almost a preposterous question. I'm not saying that funding some of this stuff justifies capital punishment. Nobody would suggest that. The reason this woman is dead is because she tried to ram somebody with her car and that guy acted in self-defense. That is why she lost her life, and that is the tragedy. Now, there may be other violations of the law and other penalties that are associated with those violations of the law. For example, if you are funding violence against our law enforcement officers, I'm not a prosecutor. My guess is that's not the sort of thing that earns capital punishment, but it should sure as hell earn you a few years in prison if you're funding the effort to try to assault our law enforcement officers. I'm sorry, guys, what's going on here? You guys are meant to report the truth. How have you let yourself become agents of propaganda of a radical fringe that's making it harder for us to enforce our laws. You just asked me a question that presumed that the reason why this woman died is because she was engaged in legitimate protest. She tried to run somebody over with her car, and the guy defended himself when that happened. Next question.
The investigation is still ongoing.
I said next question.
Mr. Vice President, I mean, you presumably watched the video yourself. There's not the slightest doubt in your mind, having viewed it, that the victim, you still believe that she deliberately tried to ram him despite seeing this video?
Look, I don't know what is in a person's heart or in a person's head, and obviously we're not going to get the chance to ask this woman what was going on. What I am certain of is that she violated the law. What I am certain of is that that officer had every reason to think that he was under very serious threat for injury or in fact, his life. What I'm certain of is that she accelerated in a way where she ran into the guy. I don't know what was in her heart and what was in her head, but I know that she violated the law, and I know that officer was acting in self-defense. It raises an interesting point, though. Look, if people want to say that we should have a legitimate debate about, what was she really doing, right? Was she panicking when she drove into this officer, or was she actually trying to ram him? That's a reasonable conversation. What's not reasonable is for so many of you to plaster all over the media that this was an innocent woman and that the ICE agent committed murder, which is what many of you have said explicitly and some of you have said implicitly. That's what I have an objection to. The idea that this was not justified is absurd, and I think everybody knows it in their heart. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President,
in the green jacket.
Taking down the temperature, it seems like political violence is ratcheting up and riots could be around the corner. What steps does the administration have planned to try to unite America? Average people on both political sides are so tired of fighting with each other, and I think all the journalists in this room could agree with me that we don't want to be part of the problem. Do you have any words to unite America?
I know you don't want to be a part of the problem, and I think that's true of a lot of you. I'm not sure it's true for everybody, because the reporting over this has been one of the biggest scandals I've ever seen in media. I've never seen a case so misrepresented and misreported when you have a guy who is defending himself and is now being treated as some sort of federal assassin by so many of the people in this room. First of all, let me say about crime. You mentioned violence. One of the things we're proudest about is that you saw violent crime over the last year drop by 20%. Why is that drop by 20%? Is it because we're attacking our law enforcement officers, or is it because we in the administration are empowering our law enforcement officers to enforce the law? I think that's one of the ways you take down the temperature, is you make people feel more secure and safe in their person and property. That's why we care so much about protecting our law enforcement, because it accrues to the benefit of the entire national community. I think that we can absolutely talk about the ways in which, we can lower the temperature by discussing differences in a reasonable and rational way. Again, I'm happy to talk with any congressional Democrat or any of you about our immigration policy, about why I think it's necessary, about why I think it's in the best interest of the country, about why the President of the United States was elected to actually enforce the border for the first time in at least 4 years. So here's the problem. That's not the debate so many people are having. They are actively covering for people who are committing acts of violence against federal law enforcement. It is preposterous. The way to take down the temperature is to stop it. Have your debates about policy. Attack me. Attack the President of the United States. Don't attack our law enforcement officers. They are trying to do the job the American people demanded that they do. They are not policy actors. They are enforcing the law. They should be treated with a modicum of dignity and respect. And the fact that they're not is why incidents like yesterday happened. The one final point I'll make about this is, look, there's a part of me that feels very, very sad for this woman, not just because she lost her life, but because I think she is a victim of left-wing ideology. What young mother shows up and decides they're going to throw their car in front of ICE officers who are enforcing legitimate law? You've got to be a little brainwashed to get to that point to where you're willing, not just to protest, that's fine, not peacefully protest, but throw your vehicle in front of legitimate law enforcement officers and drive your car into them. To get to that point, you have to be, I think, radicalized in a very, very sad way. I certainly wish that she hadn't got there. I know there's an ICE officer right now who very much wishes he was not put in the position where he had to fire a gun to defend his own life. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. What's your message, following up on that, what's your message to the leaders in Minnesota, the governor of Minnesota, the mayor of Minneapolis, to calm down the situation on the ground, on the streets? What's your message also to those protesters who saw that video in a completely different way than you saw that video?
Well, first of all, I think if you watch every angle of that video, there is one angle where if you squint, you can maybe tell yourself that it's not clear what happened. But when you look at all angles of that video, it is very clear that her vehicle went right for the guy. She actually collided with him. And then that's, of course, when he fired his shots. That's obvious, okay? So what I'd say to the protesters is, by all means, protest peacefully, but make this about ideas. Make this about disagreement with our policy. Don't use your protest as a justification or an encouragement for people to go and incite violence and participate in violence against our law enforcement officials. To the people on the ground in Minneapolis, meaning the local officials in Minneapolis from Tim Walz on down, I'd say, look, why can't you just disagree with a given piece of immigration policy without turning law enforcement into the enemy? And think about, for example, a criminal law, where a police officer goes and arrests somebody because they violated a criminal law. If you're mad about that, go and protest the politician who passed that law. Don't attack the police officer who's just doing their job. We had a wide open border under Joe Biden. I happen to think it's a good thing the President of the United States has closed it down. If you think that's a bad idea, criticize this administration for a policy decision. Don't attack our people for enforcing the law, because I guarantee you go to ICE, there are black people and white people, there are Democrats and Republicans, they are patriotic Americans who are trying to enforce the law. Attack me, lay off of our ICE agents. Yeah, in the blue, all the way, yeah.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Vice President. You called on Tim Walz to resign. Can you lay out the case as to why he should step down?
Well, look, I think Tim Walz should resign because it's very clear either that he knew about the fraud in Minneapolis, he knew about the welfare fraud, or at the very least he looked the other way. I mean, this is not this is not like Lex Luthor, right? This is not movie villain fraud. This is the lowest IQ possible fraud. This is, we're going to take the absence of kids and set up a daycare center where there are no children, and we're going to call our early childhood education center the Quality Learning Center. By the way, if you can't spell learning, maybe you shouldn't be in early childhood education. But people got rich off of this. We know that there were schools who either had no enrollment or at least they overstated their enrollment. Tim Walz, either it was unbelievable incompetence or he was in on the fraud. That's one of the things we're going to get to the bottom of. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Can you explain the difference between this Associate Attorney General and a special counsel? And do you envision this being a permanent position or having more of a limited scope?
Well, it's going to be permanent until we get to the bottom of what's going on, so I think it's going to last for at least the remainder of the administration. What's different about it from a special counsel is, if you remember, the Jack Smith case where the special counsel was found unconstitutional, one of the big issues there is that that person was not an appointed person, completely aside from all the other issues that the person was a lunatic and that the case had no merit. There was a fundamental constitutional issue, which is that he had not been appointed by the president and he had not been confirmed by the United States Senate. An assistant attorney general, what that's going to allow us to do is appoint this person, have them confirmed by the Senate. That's one difference. The more substantive difference is that this person is going to be part of a very broad interagency White House that's being led from the President of the United States on down. And that's going to give them the resources, the access to material and information to make this person more effective. I think a lot of people have asked, how are you really going to get to the heart of the fraud? We've been asking ourselves that question for the past couple of months, and we think this is the critical piece at the Department of Justice to really ramp this fraud investigation into high gear. In the red tie, yeah.
Vice President Vance, I wanted to ask, what's your message to far leftist agitators who feel emboldened to obstruct ICE activity in Minnesota and around the country?
Well, I think they shouldn't feel emboldened because now they have an assistant attorney general who is going to prosecute and investigate their fraud and their violence more aggressively than it has ever been investigated in the United States of America. We are doing so much to try to find the financing networks and the domestic terrorism networks that legitimate this violence, that fund this violence, and that, of course, engage in the violence. These people should not feel emboldened because they have, for the first time, maybe in American history, an administration that is not going to tolerate political violence of any kind from anywhere. Yeah.
We made clear today that the entire weight of the federal government is behind
these ICE agents and this ICE agent in particular, there is still a federal investigation happening on the ground. Does that mean that they are not looking into this ICE agent at all? They are just focused on the woman who was in the car? What is the investigation if the federal government has already determined that its weight is behind this ICE investigation?
So what do you mean, when you say investigation, do you mean investigation of the shooting yesterday or of the fraud that's happening in Minneapolis?
Yesterday.
Okay, look, DHS, as I understand it, has an investigation already ongoing. I know that other organs of our government are looking at this. So yes, there is certainly an investigation that's happening right now. But as part of the broader fraud investigation, a lot of what we're doing with the Department of Justice has already started. We've got over 1,500 subpoenas. We've got people this morning, actually. We're going door to door to actually knock on some of these fraudulent care centers, these fraudulent social services organizations to get to the bottom of what's going on there. So the investigation in some ways has already been ramping up into the anti-fraud element for at least a few weeks. What we're trying to do is supercharge it and make sure there's a designated person within the Department of Justice who completely controls that particular focus.
Yeah. Just to follow up on that, Mr. Vice President, on the agent, is he still on duty or has he been placed on leave, on administrative leave? And what really
Florida Live starts now.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been joining us for the past 3 hours on Fox 35 News Plus, we appreciate it. And if you're just now joining us here, we want to welcome you in. I do want to go ahead and get you back live to the White House. We've been listening in as Vice President J.D. Vance continues to answer questions, talking a lot about the deadly shooting in Minnesota yesterday where an ICE agent shot and killed a woman inside an SUV. He's continuing to take questions. Let's go ahead and listen back in here.
Law enforcement operation. That much is obviously clear. The rest of it, of course, is part of the reason why we investigate this stuff. Yeah.
Mr. Vice President, even beyond the War Powers resolution today, Congress has bucked President Trump on issues like tariffs. Are you concerned that President Trump is losing his grip on Republicans in the Congress, and what are you going to do about it?
No, I'm not concerned at all. First of all, we talked to some of the senators who were going to vote the wrong way, in my view, on this resolution today. Much of their argument was based more on a legal technicality than any disagreement in policy. If you look at the people who actually voted, every single one of them have supported the administration's plan. Second of all, as the president, I believe himself, has already said, every president, Democrat or Republican, believes the War Powers Act is fundamentally a fake and unconstitutional law. It's not going to change anything about how we conduct foreign policy over the next couple of weeks, the next couple of months, and that'll continue to be how we approach things. Go ahead.
President. So we are seeing, regarding Iran, we are seeing the protests in Iran these days. The citizens are begging for help from the U.S. and Israel, naming streets in the city after President Trump. It seems there is an opportunity here that may not come again. Will the United States stand by the citizens of Iran? And if Israel decides to strike again the nuclear sites in Iran, is the U.S. expected to take part?
Well, look, we certainly stand by anybody who's engaged in peaceful protest, anybody who's trying to exert their rights for free association and to have their voices heard. Obviously, the Iranian regime has a lot of problems. And as the President of the United States has said, the smartest thing for them to have done, it was true 2 months ago, it's true today, is for them to actually have a real negotiation with the United States about what we need to see when it comes to their nuclear program. I'll let the President speak to what we're going to do in the future, but we certainly stand with anybody across the world, including the Iranian people who are advocating for their rights. I'll take just a couple more questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Concerning Venezuela, how would you assure the Caribbean region that they will remain a zone of peace? Because some member states in the region are concerned.
Well, look, the President had a very productive phone call with the President of Colombia yesterday, and we continue to talk at all levels of government with a number of our friends in the Caribbean region. I actually think this is really good for peace in the Caribbean, because when you take away a major source of illegal cartel revenue, which is the cocaine trade, the fentanyl trade, other sources of illicit revenue, you actually remove the power of one of the main destabilizing forces in Latin America and in the Caribbean. I really do think, look, we say it all the time, this is the president of peace. One of the ways that you establish peace in your own hemisphere is to make it clear that the United States is going to be respected, that the United States is willing to take power away from criminal cartel organizations and give it to legitimate governments. That's how we see the future of the Western Hemisphere, and we think it's going to be much more peaceful than it was certainly under Joe Biden. I'll take one more question. Go ahead.
Mr. Vice President, thank you. On Greenland, do you have a message for European leaders? Many in Europe reject the idea that the island could be for sale.
Well, first of all, Secretary Rubio, I believe, is meeting with the leaders of Denmark and Greenland next week, I want to say it is, but maybe it's the week after that. We'll continue to deliver some of these messages in private, some of them in public, but I guess my advice to European leaders and anybody else would be to take the President of the United States seriously. What has he said about Greenland? Set to the side the crazy overreactions that I've seen from the press and from certain people in Europe. What has the President said? Number one, Greenland is really important, not just to America's missile defense, but to the world's missile defense. Number two, we know that there are hostile adversaries that have shown a lot of interest in that particular territory, that particular slice of the world. So what we're asking our European friends to do is to take the security of that landmass more seriously, because if they're not, the United States is going to have to do something about it. What that is, I'll leave that to the President as we continue to engage in diplomacy with our European friends and everybody on this particular topic. And again, thank you all for listening. Thanks for taking questions. And I just ask you, look, this is politics, and often Republicans and get in arguments with the press about things, and I understand that. I think it's really irresponsible for you guys to go out there and imply or tell the American people that a guy who defended himself from being rammed by an automobile is guilty of murder. Be a little bit more careful. We're going to talk about toning down the temperature, which I know the President wants to do, and I certainly want to do. One of the ways we tone down the temperature is to have a media that tells the truth. I encourage you all to do that. God bless you.
Vice President J.D. Vance, wrapping up, took questions and spoke there for about 35 minutes or so, talking a lot about the ICE shooting yesterday in Minnesota, taking issue with the way many in the media have reported that, and we have heard a kind of dueling narratives depending on who you talk to. The Minnesota governor again saying today that he believes the ICE agent had acted recklessly in this, and so continue to see that back and forth between officials in Minnesota and the Trump administration now on another front, as we also heard the vice president talking a lot about those fraud investigations going on as well in Minnesota. Well, we do appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live today. We're going to shift gears a little bit and talk some politics here in Central Florida, specifically looking at some of the high-profile campaigns and the races that are coming up on your ballot this year in 2026. There's a lot of them, and one of the ones we're keeping a close eye on is the 7th Congressional District race. Could that seat be up for grabs? Well, Democrats certainly think so. Several candidates are looking to challenge Cory Mills in the general election next fall. We know Congressman Mills has faced a lot of controversies and a lot of headlines over the past few months, including a potential censure vote, a House ethics probe, a judge issuing a restraining order in a lawsuit that was filed against him. We know there are a number of Democrats who have already filed for that race, including Jennifer Adams, who ran against Mills in 2024, Marielana Kenter, and Noah Widman as well. Bale Dalton, the former NASA chief of staff, another one of the candidates who entered that race. And pleased to be joined by Bale Dalton in our streaming studio here this afternoon. And Bale, we appreciate you joining us to talk about the campaign.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me, Garrett. It's great to be here.
So just for those who may not be familiar with you, just kind of introduce yourself and talk about why you wanted to enter this race this year.
Yeah, sure thing. Well, I'm Bale Dalton. I was born and raised right here in Central Florida. Spent 23 years, over 23 years now in uniformed service in the Navy and the Navy Reserve, deployed defending our homeland from threats overseas to Iraq multiple times, to Afghanistan, the Horn of Africa, and throughout the Indo-Pacific. And then I got a chance to work with Senator Bill Nelson on behalf of Floridians, especially our veterans, making sure that our Florida veterans are getting the benefits that they deserve and the care that they need when making their own transitions. And then, yeah, as you mentioned, for the last 4 years, I helped lead NASA, 16,000 some civil servants across our 14 centers across the United States, and of course, right here close to home in the Space Coast with Kennedy Space Center. And, throughout that time, in uniform service and in public service in other ways, I've just become fed up with the type of folks that we're sending to Congress to represent us. And I certainly don't think that we have faithful representation right here in Seminole and Volusia County in Congressman Mills. And so all of those things combined made me think that this is the right opportunity to try to provide Floridians with that faithful representation that they deserve and they're not getting.
To be able to face off against Congressman Mills, you'd have to advance past the primary that we know is several candidates in it, and we're seeing some endorsements come in, fundraising, so a lot of attention, a lot of eyes on this. How do you separate yourself in the primary?
Well, I think there should be a lot of eyes on Florida in particular, and in this district especially. Because of the type of representation that we've been seeing this district have through Congressman Mills. But I would say, my message is for all Floridians and it's for all the people of District 7. We're seeing people really struggle, our friends and our neighbors, with the rising cost of living. Grocery prices continue to be on the rise. And, we're facing a health insurance crisis now that's completely self-imposed by the folks that are in Congress now. And, of course, Congressman Mills has voted to cut Medicaid, and he's voted for measures that make it harder for our hospitals to provide care to the very people who are most in need. And that's not what Floridians need, and it's not what they deserve.
What do you believe, you mentioned a couple of things there, what do you believe is the main issue that voters are concerned about in this race?
Well, right now, it's too expensive to live. People are worried about getting food on the table. They're worried about taking care of their families. They're worried about how their businesses are going to survive in this economy. And so that's top of mind for me, and I think top of mind throughout the state, and especially this district.
I want to ask you, as someone who worked for NASA, we know there are efforts underway to bring NASA headquarters to Florida's Space Coast. What do you think of that, and how would you help push for that as a member of Congress?
Sure. Well, I mean, Kennedy Space Center is such a gem for our state and for our country and for NASA as an administration overall. And of course, I have a special affinity for KSC, growing up just a few miles away and watching during the space shuttle era. And we've had such an incredible 4 years for NASA with Curiosity rover and Ingenuity and our DART mission and the Artemis II crewed flight tests happening in a couple months. I mean, where it's happening is Kennedy Space Center. And so, if we were to decide that headquarters would be here on the Space Coast, I know that would make a lot of people happy. It would certainly make me happy. But I would say there's also benefit as well to having our headquarters in close proximity to the decision makers and to the folks who are deciding, how NASA is going to be funded and what operations are important there. So it'll be interesting to see for sure. But I think anything that brings more space industry, more space business, and the type of folks who are ready to join a team that can show the world what America can accomplish every day when we're working together would be really exciting.
Last thing I'll ask you here, what would your top priority be as a member of Congress?
Yeah, well, look, I have spent a lifetime in the Navy and government service and at NASA, as we've just discussed, working with people from all walks of life, all different types of belief systems, all, working together in a single direction to get either an operation or a mission or an incredible space exploration mission done. And I think that's what Congress needs, is somebody who is ready to roll up their sleeves, get the work done, and make sure that they're listening and actually taking action on part of the needs of the folks within the district and the state as it is. And so, the people of Seminole and Volusia County, they deserve someone who's working for them, who's not distracted by other things or in it maybe for themselves or not paying attention. With me, they'll get somebody who is directly interested in working on behalf of their concerns.
Well, Vail Dalton, Democratic candidate in the 7th Congressional District race. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks so much, Garrett, and thanks for what you do.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And as we go to break here on Florida Live, do want to let you know this is one of those races that we are going to be watching over the next weeks and months, and also working on getting those other candidates for you on our program as well. We're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube, and also on Fox 35 TV. A firefighter hazed by his own co-workers, allegedly beaten and waterboarded. 10 workers fired, 4 of them facing criminal charges in that incident. Fox 35's Marie Edinger spoke exclusively with the victim in that case, and also joined me on Fox 35 News Plus earlier today to talk about her reporting in this ongoing investigation.
There are parts of his story Kane Stewart still has trouble telling.
It was really bad.
Kane is 19 years old, still in his probationary period, his first year of work as a firefighter in Marion County.
I love it, enjoy it.
He's been working as a fill-in, so he'd already been to 6 or 8 stations.
I ask because obviously you have a point of comparison for what things are like at each different station. Did you notice cultural differences?
Yes, ma'am.
He claims Station 12, they're super clean. Station 9 was really relaxed. Station 21, they were bullies. He says his second time working there, the other firefighters smeared grease on him for no reason. It never came out. They threw his stuff into the woods. Then the Marion County Sheriff's Office says 3 of the firefighters grabbed him, dragged him out, pinned him down across the concrete, and held him down, causing tension on his back anytime he tried to fight. Deputies say they took off his belt, pulled down his pants, and whipped him.
That's when it got serious. That's when it was super painful. They had the belt like sandwiched, and it was like he was reaching back whenever he did it. It was super humiliating.
Then the sheriff's office says they covered his face with a towel and waterboarded him.
I was literally unable to breathe, and he was still holding the towel over my face.
The sheriff's office says those 3 firefighters were arrested. A 4th was arrested for allegedly taking Kane's phone. The people accused of attacking him said they thought everyone was just joking around.
It wasn't crazy. I mean, it was hard enough for him to feel it, for it to hurt.
I thought I was still joking because he wasn't actively hurting him.
I did call out for help for the lieutenant and the captain. And Kaylee Bradley had told me that no one is coming to save you.
Kane tells me he didn't report the incident to deputies originally. He just asked to not work at the station again.
I didn't want to be labeled as a snitch in the fire department, and no one wanting to work with me and treating me poorly.
But he says that's what happened in the end anyway. When he fills in at other stations now, he's excluded. People treat him differently.
It's very confusing, especially for a young man who's trying to break in. What should be acceptable, right? What should I have to live with in this situation in order to fit into this group?
His attorney says it's tough to be outcast when the people you're working with could wind up responsible for your life.
We've put the county on notice that, obviously what happened here was unacceptable, that there's potential legal action flowing from these activities, and that we're hopeful that we can resolve this in a way that will be beneficial to both Kane and to the county.
Kane says he hopes to stay at the fire department, and it's hard watching what happened after all this. But he never asked for any of it.
I just wish that they hadn't done it.
Fox 35's Marie Edinger joins me now, and Marie, I mean, it's tough to hear him share that story, because you can see how much it's affecting him.
It is. I mean, he was really nervous going in, and part of that is just, as I mentioned, he has had so many people kind of talking bad about him and not taking the story seriously or saying that it's overblown. And that was really what he wanted to clear up, was to have the opportunity to explain, this really happened and it was bad. It was painful. I'd heard a lot of people say, oh, I don't think he was being hit that hard. He didn't seem like he was reacting all that much. He wasn't trying that hard to get away. One of the things that we talked about that wasn't all that much included in the story you just saw was the emphasis that he was being pressed against the concrete. So anytime he'd struggle, he's having people who are larger than him and multiple people on top of him holding him down. And then the other barrier against his side is the hard ground. So any struggle is he's risking breaking bones or tearing apart part of his skin. It's difficult to squirm around when that's what you're up against. And A lot of people thought that they were joking around at first, and you heard Kane say, like, he even thought that. At first, he did think that they were just kind of playing. He didn't realize how bad it was going to get. And his other concern was coming forward with this. Some people who called in to our news station or called me or emailed me said that they didn't think it was that serious, in part because he didn't even report it. And what it came down to for him is it's really hard deciding whether to disrupt every single thing at work that he worked for. I mean, he was so excited to be a firefighter, and he went to this school and he loved his job, and he still loves his job. And so deciding whether to create or further this animosity with his coworkers who allegedly attacked him, that's a big thing. And he, in the end, is actually not the one who came forward. He wound up telling a friend about it, and that friend is the one who escalated it to a lieutenant at a different station. And that's how it worked its way up the ranks. It was not actually Kane who made the call to move forward with it. He said he is now happy that things did play out the way they did. This was allegedly a criminal act that allegedly occurred. And he thinks it's reasonable that people would face consequences for exacting violence on him. He still feels bad about it. He knows that some of these people have families, but it's really, he feels the consequences of their own actions coming into play. So the whole thing was really complicated and really sad. And I think one of the more difficult things about it, too, is that it's not over. I mean, these criminal proceedings are going to go on for quite some time. There are a couple people who are appealing being fired, of the 6 who lost their jobs but were not criminally charged. Some of them are appealing those decisions. And then Kane also still has to go to work every day and face these people who've made judgments about him based on what happened to him as a victim. So it is still a long road ahead. The whole thing's really sad. One positive to come out of it is the Marion County Fire Department has seemed to take this really seriously, as you've seen. I mean, 4 people charged, 6 others fired as a result of this. And the fire department says they cannot and will not tolerate any violence. And so there were allegations that things like this had happened in the past. One of the people who was criminally charged, Tate Trawein, he said that he had been waterboarded the week before this incident happened. And then he is now accused of doing the same to Kane. And Kane's perspective on that is, if that did happen to him, then he, of all people, should know how painful it was and how difficult that was to go through. So the fire department is saying it can't happen again. And they've taken steps to ensure that. Kane does have an attorney and is proceeding with a lawsuit against the county. And part of what he hopes comes out of that is to enact further change. Maybe put up cameras in the back so that if things like this happen again, they'd be able to see it. Or just any further steps that would take, and maybe more training for people, maybe a periodic emphasis on why it can't be allowed, things like that. So he's hoping that further change comes out of this. Obviously, some already has, and I mean, that's a good thing.
Well, what's next in this, and what is the county doing right now?
So the county is, I mean, the fire department is still, they're hiring, for one. They got rid of 10 people, and they are hoping that this really hammers down their policy and their stance that this is not going to be tolerated. And then the attorney who's working for Kane on Kane's case against the county, he said that he does not feel like this has had any sort of animosity necessarily with the fire department. He thinks they're really partners in moving forward and trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again. That being said, you still have a lawsuit because Kane does have risks associated with this moving forward. It's not just what already happened. It's the danger he now faces at work from people maybe not feeling like they trust him. He said he's been excluded now when he goes to other fire stations. And these are people who could be responsible for your life. I mean, these are people who you risk your life with every day as you're working together. And so you really have to be able to trust those people, and they have to be able to trust you. And if that trust is not there, that can be a danger to him and to others, and it calls into question how capable Kane is going to be of continuing to work there. Right now, he says he is really happy at the station he works now, where he works now. And so obviously we hope that would continue. If it doesn't, they've got a lawsuit coming.
Well, Fox 35's Marie Edinger, you've done a lot of reporting on this, a lot of great digging and investigative reporting on this. And we also appreciate you joining us here today to talk us through after your exclusive interview with Kane there yesterday. So we appreciate you joining us here today.
Thanks so much for having me.
We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Hope you are starting off this new year healthy and well, because it has been a rough flu season already for a lot of folks across Florida and across the country. We know Florida is one of 29 states right now in the deep red, which is, according to the CDC, meaning that flu activity in the state is very high. And there are some strains that are making this really tough to deal with right now. So I want to bring in an expert joining us to talk about this, Dr. George Rust from the FSU College of Medicine. Dr. Rust, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, what are we seeing right now? Why is this flu season so tough this year so far?
Well, there are a combination of factors. There's a different strain of flu circulating. It's H3N2, subclade K, if you want to get fancy about it. But it is more infectious in a way, and it had some mutations that allow it to get around some of the vaccine immunity that many of us would have. That plus holiday travel seasons, and we just have combined to have a very infectious strain of flu at a time when people are interacting a lot more. That we've just come through the holiday season when people get together, workplace and family events where they share their viruses freely. And when you come out of that, you end up with lots of flu cases.
When you mentioned the strain this year, what is making it so much worse?
Well, they're calling it the super flu, but we should be clear that it is really not, it doesn't make you sicker than regular flu. It's one of the H3N2 viruses in the influenza A category. We've known about that for a long time, but there were 7 mutations on the outside of this virus that make it able to elude our immune systems, and including some of the virus or the vaccine antibody protection that we would have. And as a result, it is more infectious, and it outcompeted the other flu strains, so that it is 90% of the flu that we're seeing in the country this year. Now, interestingly, Florida is having about 25% of their flu cases are a strain that is not this super flu and is protected by the flu vaccine. So that's a small glimmer of hope there. The hospitalizations and deaths that we see with flu, you don't see more of them with this particular flu strain. It's not more likely, but because we're having a lot more flu cases, you have a proportionately higher rate of hospitalizations. And so there's been 120,000 hospitalizations nationwide, 5,000 deaths due to flu.
We talk about that super flu variant. Why is the flu shot this year not effective against that? And is it still worth getting if someone hasn't yet?
Well, first, let me say, yes, it is still worth getting, partly to cover those other strains of flu that the vaccine does cover well. Also, it's been found that this vaccine increases your likelihood of antibody protection by over 3-fold. So from 11% up to about 39%. That's not super great, but it is some significant protection. And if everybody did it, we would have more community protection as well. The strain that's circulating, we saw it coming. Georgia and Alabama were lit up in red 2 weeks ago and last week, and so we knew it was going to hit Florida. The other thing we should say is that it's hitting at a time when we often have other respiratory infections in play. So COVID is still around, although thankfully right now levels are fairly low in the state according to wastewater surveillance. We have respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, which also circulates at this time of year. And this year we've had an almost doubling of cases of whooping cough or pertussis.
And why is that a concern when you hear about that I think as you called it, the winter triple-demic? Why is that a concern, and what can we do about it?
Well, the ultimate pathway to bad complications is often pneumonia, whether it's from flu or RSV, whooping cough. Any of those things can cause pneumonia and hospitalization and even death. And it tends to do that in the most vulnerable people. People my age, over 65, people with underlying heart or lung conditions, and small infants, and young kids. So there have been deaths in this country in children already this year due to flu, and those are the children that are most affected. Whooping cough, particularly pertussis, is quite dangerous in children under 2 years of age, and they can be quite vulnerable if they weren't vaccinated appropriately.
Any particular warning signs or things that people should be watching out for?
Well, yes, if you feel like you're getting the flu, and I will say this is not a little cold. A flu feels, you wake up and you feel like you've been run over by a truck, and a truck in very hot weather, because you're going to have high fever, muscle aches, extreme fatigue. Often a cough goes along with it. So if you're getting those symptoms, you can take care of yourself at home, but if you were to call your physician early, within the first 48 hours, there are antiviral treatments, medications that can significantly diminish the symptoms and significantly diminish the duration of symptoms that you're going to have, so you can get feeling better quicker. What you don't want to do is just go to your doctor's office and sit in the waiting room and infect everybody else, or go to the emergency room and not tell anybody that you're having flu symptoms. And all of a sudden, the kid that was in there with an ankle sprain walks out with the flu. But if you call ahead, if you put on a mask when you get there, if you call your doctor often, they'll be able to call in a prescription for one of the anti-flu drugs, and it will give you some significant relief. At home, you're going to take, lots of liquids, lots of rest, stay in bed, Tylenol, ibuprofen, those kinds of things, but you're going to be sick for a bit.
Last thing I'll ask you here, and that is, what's the takeaway for our viewers at home hearing about this and trying to stay healthy, not wanting to get sick? What would you tell them?
Well, all of the respiratory infections that I mentioned, influenza, RSV, COVID, and whooping cough, are vaccine preventable. So that's the very first thing that you can do. And you can also, if you're my age, get a pneumonia vaccine, which would help prevent those serious complications. So even if these vaccines don't prevent transmission and you get a case, the case is going to be milder and you're much less likely to be hospitalized or end up having worse complications.
All right, Dr. George Rust from the Florida State University College of Medicine, we appreciate your time today and sharing your expertise with us here on Florida Live.
Thank you.
And before we go to break, I want to give you some breaking news here. We are tracking a code red at Lake Brantley High School in Seminole County. We're told that's out of an abundance of caution after a possible threat was called in. So they're holding dismissal right now, delaying that while law enforcement officers check out the campus. So we are continuing to monitor that situation, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. We are going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. It is time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. So I'm going to give you to the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. We've got Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who is joining us live now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today in Bartow, where a fire destroyed a beloved Sonny's Barbecue restaurant yesterday. So an employee at the restaurant called 911 around 6:15 yesterday morning because they saw flames shooting through the roof. When firefighters arrived, they said they also saw those flames, and they went inside the building to try to put out the fire, but they did have to be evacuated because the roof was about to collapse. And according to the Bartow Fire Department, the restaurant sustained heavy damage from fire, smoke, and water, and was condemned as a total loss. Now, while no injuries were reported, there were obviously a lot of employees who were impacted and who no longer have a place to go every day. Sonny's Barbecue has been a part of the Bartow community for decades. We spoke with one employee who has been working there for 25 years. She said she also had family members who worked there as well. And she told us that a pitmaster was the only employee inside yesterday morning. That employee was loading the smoker when he noticed water leaking from the roof. And when he stepped outside, he said the building suddenly caught fire. Some employees, we are being told, they will be able to transition to another Sonny's Barbecue restaurant that would be out in Winter Haven. And during this difficult time, all these employees, they're trying to band together and try to support one another. Garrett.
Gosh, that's a tough situation for those workers, and still no indication at this point what might have started this.
Yeah, as of right now, they're not sure what started it. They believe the fire started in, I believe it was some type of duct work. So that's where they believe the fire originated from, but they're still investigating as to what may have caused the fire. And again, the damage was so severe at this Sonny's Barbecue that it has been condemned and is being considered a total loss.
You've also got an update for us on a story that we talked about a month ago.
Yes, this is a great story. A teenage girl, Jasmine Rodriguez, she is going home from the hospital after having her leg amputated during a 17-hour surgery. Now, her family calls Jasmine a living miracle. Now, if you remember this story, Jasmine was born with a normal left leg, but when she turned 2 years old, it suddenly started growing at an abnormal rate. And doctors told the family there really wasn't any type of name for her condition, and that her tumor does not carry the typical genetic mutations seen in other overgrowth syndromes. And so over the years, doctors at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital have worked with hospitals around the world to try to learn more about Jasmine's condition. And over the past 12 years, Jasmine has had several surgeries to make her legs smaller. She also suffered several infections related to her legs, and eventually there were no more antibiotics left to treat those infections. So after her most recent infection, her family made the decision to have that leg amputated. And last month, during a nearly 17-hour surgery, doctors removed a tumor and amputated that left leg, which actually weighed 174 pounds. Now, after that surgery, Jasmine only weighed about 80 pounds. And yesterday afternoon, she rang the cancer bell and left the hospital to head back to her Manatee County home. She said she's excited to see her sister, her dog, and also play her guitars and ukulele. Doctors said that Jasmine made the selfless decision to allow parts of her leg and her tumor to be studied so people could learn more about her condition. Garrett.
Gosh, so glad she's going home. She's been through a lot, but still has just a great perspective about it all. It's incredible.
Yep, she has a great perspective about it all. Obviously, this has been trying. She's only 14 years old, so this has been a very difficult 12 years, but she has such a positive attitude. And when she rang that bell, you could just see how happy she was and relieved she was to be able to finally go home from the hospital. Now, she does still have a long road ahead of her, but with her positive attitude, she will definitely make it through.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Now, talk to us about these kittens that were rescued. They've been on quite the trip.
Yes, these are 4 kittens. They were on quite the trip, as you said. They made their way all the way from St. Thomas, and they arrived at Tampa International Airport last week. Now, this was all thanks to a network of volunteers who turned commercial flights into life-saving transport missions. These kittens were greeted by volunteers with the Port Richey-based organization called Runaways Animal Rescue. Now, once in Florida, these kittens were fed, checked, and placed into foster care. Runaways says one of the 4 kittens is already actually found their permanent home. And these kittens, Garrett, they needed to be rescued because the island of St. Thomas, which is only 32 square miles, is facing an overwhelming pet overpopulation crisis. Volunteers say kittens can be found near dumpsters, and limited pet-friendly housing makes local adoption very difficult. And so that's where the nonprofit Pets with Wings steps in. They work alongside the Humane Society of St. Thomas to transport animals to the mainland, where adoption opportunities are more plentiful. And Pets with Wings relies on travelers who are already flying to the United States, and then volunteers coordinate the flight details and connect them with rescue groups at that destination to ensure that those animals are safely transferred upon arrival. And this actually marks the second time Pets with Wings has partnered with Runaways Animal Rescue. 2 kittens were flown back in October. They were adopted shortly after landing. The 3 remaining kittens will continue to be fostered locally until they are ready to go for adoption. And volunteers, they said that more rescue flights are already planned, so we should be seeing more of these kittens arriving here in Tampa and as well as across the United States very soon.
All right, good to see. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Now let me give you a live look at the Kia Center that we learned could be the host of the 2030 NBA All-Star Game. We learned today Greater Orlando Sports Commission announced they're bidding on a number of huge national and international sporting events, including that 2030 NBA All-Star Game. We caught up today with Jason Siegel, who's the president and CEO of the Greater Orlando Sports Commission, right after he made that announcement.
So NBA All-Star Game coming potentially in 2030. How exciting is that to be able to potentially host for a third time?
Yeah, it's a big deal. I mean, obviously this community on the shoulders of the great work that the Orlando Magic have done in this community, to have an opportunity to be back at it. These are generational opportunities. They come around maybe every 20 years. And for us to be back at it in the running is really exciting, and a testament to this growing community, and a community that loves their basketball, certainly, and that loves the Orlando Magic. Now we're going to add to that with this, major marquee global event. And a lot of work to be done, but we're excited to get started and put our best foot forward so that one day we can announce, hopefully hear the NBA announce that their All-Star Game will come here in 2030.
What was it specifically about the 2030 game?
Yeah, we took a look at the opportunities year by year, and we just felt like that fit into the right amount of lead time for us as a community, and all of the variables that were presented, we felt good about going after that particular year.
Having hosted it twice before, what are some of the big benefits that come along with hosting the NBA All-Star?
Well, I mean, there's a massive economic impact. I mean, we think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 to $400 million of economic impact, hundreds of millions of dollars in media value. I mean, if you take a look at just the followers of the top 10 players that are playing in that game, it's somewhere like 700 million followers. So these individuals, they're global icons. You have international stars now, of course, with Wembanyama and Jokic and so many others that are playing in the NBA these days. So a lot of great opportunity for our community, and of course for the residents here in Orlando to take part in a week's worth of celebration, Fan Fest and an HBCU game, and the Slam Dunk Contest and Shooting Stars and all the great events that are part of the NBA All-Star Week. We felt that we were positioned to go back and put our best foot forward.
Is it nice too that the Magic are obviously a franchise that are kind of on the ascent right now?
Absolutely. I mean, it's great that you could look ahead and hopefully expect that Paolo and Franz and Jalen Suggs may be on that All-Star team. So hopefully the timing is great, because obviously as they rise up the rankings and are playing great basketball, we feel like to have a home court advantage for the Orlando Magic here, and we're just thankful that certainly they'll be helping us, much like we do with March Madness. UCF is our partner, but in this particular case, of course, we'll work with the Magic to assist us. But proud to have our organization take the lead in this bid process.
There's so much that's going to be coming to downtown. I mean, you have Westport, you have Hampton Roads Stadium that's being renovated and everything. Do you think this will give you guys kind of like the position, like you said, for just a generational cause for you guys to have these events even more?
We do. I'll say it. I said it in the room, but say it again. We're so thankful for Mayor Demings and Mayor Dyer and the Orange County Board of Commissioners, county commissioners who have made these investments in infrastructure, Kia Center, Camping World, the Orange County Convention Center. What it's allowing us to do is look globally at opportunities for our organization to bid on FIFA Women's World Cups and Rugby World Cups, the NBA All-Star Games, WrestleManias. We have to stay competitive as a community, and because of their leadership and because of their willingness to invest in incentives, which are important for us to be able to compete. We don't just compete with other cities in the U.S. anymore. We're competing on a international stage. So often there are times where when we're bidding for opportunities, we're bidding against London and Shanghai and Budapest and so many Montreal and cities around the world. So to stay competitive, we've got to have forward-thinking, strategic thinkers, and we have that in this community.
Well, an NBA All-Star game sure would be cool to see. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Give you a live look right now at Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, where a SpaceX launch of 29 Starlink satellites that was originally slated for this afternoon has been delayed. So that did not happen today as planned. We'll keep an eye out for that. I believe they're going to try again on that one tomorrow. But we're also tracking other space news, and a slightly concerning situation out of the International Space Station, where we've learned that a crew member on board the ISS has some sort of what NASA is calling a stable medical situation involving one of the crew members there. That ended up canceling a spacewalk that was scheduled for today and could even result in Crew 11 coming home from the ISS early. So what are the challenges with that? What all happens next? I talked with Kremer, the managing editor of Space UpClose.
Yes, there are a lot of challenges because depending on how serious it is, You know, there's not all the medical devices up there that you have down here, or the specialists to treat somebody if there is a true emergency. So it's a serious situation, and it's gotten more serious over the last 24 hours. As you mentioned in your introduction, they were going to do a spacewalk today, and that was on until yesterday afternoon. It was still planned, and then all of a sudden NASA said they have to delay it because of a concern with a medical issue of one of the astronauts on board. And then last night, I get a message from NASA at midnight, literally, saying that it's gotten more serious and they might have to bring the crew home early. So that's kind of unprecedented because that hasn't happened before. So, you know, we don't know the nature of the medical issue, but it's certainly gotten worse over the past 24 hours. We pray for the astronaut involved, whoever it is, that they get better. And, you know, we expect further updates today, maybe later today, and we'll find out what's happening. But, you know, if they have to bring the crew home, that's really serious. And that would only leave 3 people on board the space station. And, you know, you need astronauts up there to maintain it so it doesn't fall out of operation and plummet towards the Earth uncontrolled. So we need astronauts up there, but our primary concern right now is for the health and well-being of whatever astronaut is involved.
Ken, you said you believe this would be the first time if they had to bring that crew home early?
That has never happened before.
Never happened before. That's what Ken Kremer said about that. You can find our full conversation online. We've got more of that. You can find it on YouTube, on fox35orlando.com, and also on Fox Local. And to give you an update here, because we are just about out of time, we just got word that NASA is going to be hosting a news conference at 5 o'clock from their headquarters in Washington, where they're going to be discussing the International Space Station and its crew. So breaking news here. Again, 5 o'clock Eastern news conference. They're going to be talking about that. They say they're monitoring a medical concern with a crew member currently on board. They say it's stable. They're not going to share more details about that crew member, but they're going to be talking about what happens next, potentially announcing what would be a historic early return for a crew from the International Space Station. Part of this news conference, you're going to hear from the new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman. We have talked about him and brought you his confirmation proceedings live from Capitol Hill. He just recently was officially confirmed and is now taking that role. You're also going to hear from the Associate Administrator of NASA and the Chief Health and Medical Officer at NASA headquarters. So again, hoping for an update at 5 o'clock to see what NASA has decided to do about that and whether they will bring that crew home early. And that even brings some more challenges for that to a crew member who might not be in full health traveling in space. That was something else we talked with Ken about. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Again, we are out of time, but our live streaming news coverage continues in just a couple of minutes over on Fox Local, so we hope you join us over there.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Thursday afternoon. If you were with us on Florida Live, we were just talking about NASA and the announcement of their 5 o'clock news conference, where they're going to talk more about what they plan to do about the International Space Station and its crew after they're monitoring a medical concern with a crew member currently on board the ISS right now. I did talk with Ken Kremer about this situation, how they might go about bringing them home, what's going on, some of the domino effects of that, some of the challenges of that. Played a couple minutes of that for you at the end of Florida Live, but I want to go ahead and circle back, play that full interview for you here so that you can see, because I think it's an interesting conversation to see some of just the numerous things that they have to think about and consider, obviously with the health of that crew member being the number one thing. But Ken also walked us through some of the challenges that this whole situation brings.
Yes, there are a lot of challenges because depending on how serious it is, there's not all the medical devices up there that you have down here or the specialists to treat somebody if there is a true emergency. So it's a serious situation, and it's gotten more serious over the last 24 hours. As you mentioned in your introduction, they were going to do a spacewalk today, and that was on until yesterday afternoon. It was still planned, and then all of a sudden NASA said they have to delay it because of a concern with a medical issue of one of the astronauts on board. And then last night, I get a message from NASA at midnight, literally, saying that it's gotten more serious and they might have to bring the crew home early. So that's kind of unprecedented because that hasn't happened before. So, we don't know the nature of the medical issue, but it's certainly gotten worse over the past 24 hours. We pray for the astronaut involved, whoever it is, that they get better. And, we expect further updates today, maybe later today, and we'll find out what's happening. But, if they have to bring the crew home, that's really serious. And that would only leave 3 people on board the space station. And, you need astronauts up there to maintain it so it doesn't fall out of operation and plummet towards the Earth uncontrolled. So we need astronauts up there, but our primary concern right now is for the health and well-being of whatever astronaut is involved.
Ken, you said you believe this would be the first time if they had to bring that crew home early?
That has never happened before. There have been, some other instances back in 2019. There was an astronaut, unidentified, who had a blood clot in their neck. And so they had a lot of medical discussions about that. And that astronaut was given medications. It was written up in a medical journal. I read that story this morning after this came out. And that mission continued to the end. And, there's been other people that have gotten, minor illnesses, but no one has ever had to come home early. And so it is definitely unprecedented on the International Space Station. With the Russians, that's another story. There was something that happened 40 years ago. But on the ISS, this is totally unprecedented for this to happen. And, Crew 12 is not scheduled to launch until around February 15th. So this is about a month earlier, and there would have been a handover. So Crew 11 was scheduled to come back around February 20 or so. They usually have a 4 or 5 day handover. So again, that's whether they could move that up more. It's already been moved up. That's a big question. We don't know. I doubt they could move it up a month. They certainly can't launch it in the next 2 or 3 days because there is no Falcon ready to go and no Crew Dragon ready to go at this moment. So it would take some time to do that. But they can safely bring Crew 11 home if they need to.
I would imagine even that, though, comes with some challenges here. If you're talking about a serious enough medical situation, and again, we don't know the details of what it might be, but if you're talking about something serious enough that you've got to bring the crew home early, that's probably not an easy thing for an astronaut to strap in for a return flight home.
Well, that's an excellent point. Coming home involves its own stresses, multi G's, and there's just a lot of stress that is related to coming back. So it's not like a ride in the car. All right. And then they got to land in the ocean and hit the ocean at, some moderate speed, but they still will hit the ocean. Then they have to be pulled out of the Crew Dragon, and they have to be helicoptered over to whatever medical facility might be nearby. And this would most likely be in the Pacific off the coast of California. So coming home it's not a piece of cake either. Yes, they do it all the time. But if you're ill, then that introduces its own risk. So there's a balance that they have to look at. And if they can treat it on board, as was done earlier with medications, that would be the best option. But this happened all of a sudden. So, it really is very concerning. One day you're going to do a spacewalk, and the next day, all of a sudden, everything is off. So something had to happen very quickly. This is not a long-standing problem. Something has obviously just happened in the last 24 hours to change the situation completely. So, they did have a call. One of the astronauts did make a call down to the space station to talk to a flight surgeon. We don't know if it involves that astronaut or some other astronaut. We don't know. All we know is that communications has stopped, public communications has stopped, and we'll find out more hopefully later today. And again, we pray for the safety and well-being of that astronaut and all the astronauts on board.
You talk about some of the, all the things that are having to be thought about because of the kind of domino effect here, the ripple effect of this. So just kind of take me through what the thinking might be right now. What's going on at NASA as they kind of run through the options and try to figure out what the best thing and the right thing to do is and adjust plans and situations accordingly.
Well, the health and well-being of the impacted astronaut is number one. So talking to the flight surgeons is absolutely the most important thing to do. Use any medical equipment they can use to evaluate that astronaut that they might have in this situation. Look through the medical cabinet, what they have. If any of that will alleviate whatever is the cause. So communications between the astronaut and the medical team on the ground, and then assistance from the other astronauts already on board, some of them have medical training, so whatever they might be able to do to help, that's all primary. Spacewalks, they can be done anytime. This was not a critical spacewalk. Adding solar rays is good, and it's necessary, but if it happens today or a month or 2 months from now, it doesn't really matter. So basically everything stopped in order to figure out how they can help this astronaut. And then, parallel, they got to make the plans to come home unexpectedly. So that's got to get worked on by a separate team, possibly moving the Crew Dragon launch forward from February 15th is another option. Like I said, I doubt they can move it a month, but maybe they could move it a week or two, or even a few days. It depends how serious this situation is. It would be nice to have overlap. And then the other thing you got to remember is there is no rescue for the Russians because their launch system suffered a catastrophic failure at the launch pad a month ago. So they can't launch a rescue Soyuz right now either. So that's going to take months or years to repair. So right now the Crew Dragon is the only way to get astronauts to and from the space station. The Starliner is also out of consideration because it's not crew certified at this time. They're going to do another uncrewed test flight, maybe April this year. So everything hinges on the Crew Dragon. So you got a couple of different issues: taking care of the astronaut, pulling the launch forward, and seeing if anybody else on the station can help out. And so those are the things they got to focus on. Everything else can wait. The well-being of the astronaut is number one. So communication with the medical team is absolutely.
Yeah, important stuff to keep in mind there. And again, we are standing by for a news conference at 5 o'clock where we could hear a decision from NASA about that, whether or not they've decided to bring them home early. So we will stay tuned for that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
There we are. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us today. One of the things that we were monitoring earlier today was an update on construction in the downtown Orlando area. Heard from David Barilla giving a presentation about some of those projects and the things that are happening. A lot of things going on downtown with some of those things as they work through what they call the DTO action plan. We also had the chance to catch up with David after that presentation to talk us more about where things stand and what's next downtown.
We're really excited. You know, it's something that we've been talking about for some time now, and really getting to share today of not only what those projects are and what they mean for our centerpiece of our city, but also just when people are going to actually start to see some of that physical change. We had, for obvious reasons, had to work a very long time to make sure that we had the right plans, we had the right specs, and those things behind the scenes, permits, and so to speak. But now we'll start to see shovels in the ground, and transformation is just on the horizon.
A lot of projects on the city's radar. The first one, Magnolia, which is slated to begin this month?
Yeah, so that's going to start work here in several weeks, either late January or early February, to start to transition one of our one-way streets into two-way. But the real exciting thing about that, which I see, is it unlocks the potential for us to start the work on Orange and Roslyn and those big transformations as we continue to really redefine the downtown that we have into a true, remarkable urban centerpiece of tomorrow.
David, just looking at some of these changes for folks who might be wondering why the city's making, what kind of benefits do you expect from things like adding additional green space and making some of these roads from one-way to two-way?
Sure. So a lot of that goes back to what we really heard from the community when we were working through these projects with Project DTO initially and then ultimately on the action plan, is wanting to have a place where people had unexpected experiences and ultimately had places to access. And when you look at that, the best way to really enhance that component is having a walkable environment. And when you have a walkable environment, you're encouraging people to spend more time in downtown, which helps our businesses thrive, which encourages people to live here, makes downtown more livable, and then also enhances the economic development component of encouraging more businesses to want to locate here. So it's kind of that rising tide raises all ships, and we wanted to make sure that we were delivering not only on what the community wanted, but also integrating it into the right research-based approaches to really redefine our downtown.
Are you able to discuss the Sentinel building, the project there?
Sure. So the Sentinel site, to that extent, we were really excited to be able to be working with the Heatherwick Studios. They're a London-based group that has brought fruition to a lot of tremendous sites, not only in the United States, but also around the world. Google headquarters is one of them, Little Island in New York, and the list goes on. So they are now working with a property owner in partnership with us to really figure out what is going to be the next iconic location or destination that will be on the Sentinel site. We already know it's going to have an iconic park associated there. That'll be something that will just be truly unique to our downtown and really just create a sense of place that encourages people to come not only visit that district, but incorporates into the larger downtown environment as well. One of the things that as we started that process of working with them and getting them excited and even Heatherwick interested in working in our downtown was the fact that we were taking on all the initiatives that we're taking on that we were sharing today with the DTO action plan, and how they saw being able to integrate into that, enhance that, and have an amazing district of their own as well.
As far as the projects themselves, there's so much going on. It's going to be multi-years, maybe even decades, and some big ticket items as well, like that LED situation under the canopy. Where is funding for all of this coming from?
So the majority of all this funding is coming from the Community Redevelopment Agency, which is the group that I represent. So what that is actually is almost a separate taxing district that was established in the 80s around downtown Orlando that was really created to do things just like this, to really reinvest the funds that are ultimately paid into that through ad valorem property taxes to really rejuvenate, reinvigorate, and redevelop the core area, which for this specific CRA is our downtown.
David, I know you talked about two prongs of that property deal that the city had before. Has there been any sort of movement on the One North Orange building? I know that was kind of the third piece of that, and that was sort of a work in progress in terms of figuring out what to do with that site.
Yeah, so now that we have kind of the other three parcels out and working on bringing those concepts to fruition, One North Orange has been what we're focusing on, kind of working on next. So we've been finalizing an RFP that we hope to release here mid this year, potentially, to start to look for partners to redevelop that building. We're not exactly sure what those ideas will bring yet. We want to make sure we're keeping our options open and really able to identify a group that has experience working with buildings just like that and reintroducing something as iconic as that location is to our downtown. We hope to have them selected this year so we can start the process of working on that project as well.
In the push to make downtown more family-friendly, a lot of the bars have left, and it leaves some empty storefronts. And is there a strategy to bring in family-friendly businesses now?
So a big part of this plan is really creating the opportunity for businesses to thrive. That's all businesses. Businesses from the daytime components where you might want to have lunch, nighttime businesses as well. So the way I like to say is we're really working on setting the table right now so our businesses have the opportunity to thrive. We're working on things to be able to come alongside them, both marketing initiatives to encourage people, educate them about what the process is going on in downtown, but encourage them that downtown is still open for business and to patronize our businesses, and then to avail themselves to a number of different incentive programs that we worked on over the last couple of years to help them from a financial basis to be able to come in now, hopefully, or soon thereafter, or even expand if they're here already, to take advantage of kind of the new downtown that we'll have just several years from now.
Some people are still afraid to come down because they say it's unsafe. Do you think that strategy will work?
We're working on a multitude of different things. We want to make sure that we have an environment that everyone feels welcome in, everyone feels safe in, which is a multi-pronged approach. It's construction projects, it's working with the other city departments that we have, and it's something that we know is important to people, and it's still important to us.
Was David Barilla speaking earlier today about some of the construction projects in downtown Orlando. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. A buzzer beater win for the Orlando Magic last night. I mean, they had almost blown the game. The Brooklyn Nets outscored them by 15 in the fourth quarter to force overtime, something that probably shouldn't have happened to begin with. So it was on the verge of being a collapse. And then also at the end of the game, the Magic were this close to losing. It may have been even smaller than that because it was a three-pointer at the buzzer from Paolo Banchero. The refs had to go back and look at it to make sure his foot wasn't on the line because if it was, then it would have just tied the game and sent it to another overtime. So a 1-point win for the Magic. A crazy finish to that one. Here is what Coach Mose and some of the others had to say after the game last night.
How happy were you to see it go in?
I was extremely happy to see it go in. Those guys had the poise down the stretch to understand they had a foul to give. They blew up the first play. Paulo read it right, took the out route and was able to, hit a heck of a shot. And I think that's big time for him, big time for this group to bounce off of a back-to-back where we didn't play our best basketball last night, but then to come in tonight and scrap the way we needed to.
This group has faced its share of adversity, injuries, time away from home, stuff like that. How much of an uplifting, thing can a win like this be?
It just keeps creating the resiliency that we know this group has, and it's building for the future, for what we're going to go through. And I think anytime you can learn the lessons in a win, I think it's great. And these guys are continuing to learn these lessons about what we need to do down the stretch to start games, to come together. I think it's big for us as we continue to move forward. Yeah, we knew how they were going to play. They like to, they're scrappy. They play hard. They started to speed the game up. They hit some great shots. We missed a bunch of easy shots. But again, our ability to sustain, our effort the entire game was important, just to give yourself a chance. And that's what we were able to do.
Like you said, you challenged the group to improve that effort level and get back to its defensive standard. How much in the stretches in the second, third quarter especially did you see that?
I thought we did a great job defending. I mean, you hold this team to 103. Obviously Porter Jr. had it going, and we were chasing him all over the floor. Again, he hit some hellacious shots, and that's what he's capable of doing. But our guys never wavered, stayed the course the entire game, stayed together, communicated with what we needed to have done. But again, it says a lot about them to be able to bounce back from how we played last night to step into this moment tonight. All right.
And then just how was Jace doing?
Jace is good. He wasn't feeling well right during basically warm-up lines, and so I think that he wasn't able to go. But I will say the biggest part of this is that we got the win on Noah Penda's birthday, so I think that's big time.
Noah, what was going through your head as you saw Paolo take that last shot, and how happy were you to see it go in?
Just super happy. Obviously, getting the W is why we're here tonight. We suit up every night to get more and more wins, so having the opportunity to have another one is just great. Great feeling, especially on my birthday. So just a great gift, and thanks, Paolo.
What were the vibes like in the locker room afterwards, and how much can a win like this uplift a team that's been away from home, had to deal with injuries and all series of adversity recently?
It's just a great vibe. Every time we win, we're just super happy because that's what we play for. Obviously, we don't play to lose, so it sucks every time we lose a game, especially when you lose them on the road, because it's starting to get on your mind, and then you don't have to. I mean, you can't enjoy the crib no more. So having wins on the road is a great feeling, and I think he's gonna, especially the way we played tonight offensively. I thought we were great. We were sharing the ball very well, so that's just a great feeling.
You guys had a sizable lead to start the fourth quarter. What were the Nets able to do to ultimately force overtime?
Hitting big time shots. I think we have to give them credit about the fight they put in. Just the amazing amount of talent they have in their team is just something that still amazes me after all these games. I think they were just battling through the end, and it was about who wanted it more.
For coach to have trust in you that you're playing in the clutch moments, how much does that mean to you, especially at this early stage of your career?
It was kind of one of my objectives to not being the rookie who asks and doesn't like perform after. So my mentality was always to be like, I want to force my coach to leave me on the floor. So see that he got trust in me, and we talked about it a little bit earlier in the season. Seeing that he has that trust in me just makes me more comfortable on the floor. And after even my teammates, I see that they have a lot of trust in me, so and a lot of confidence. So it's just great, and I'm very grateful for that.
Well, happy birthday, Noah Pinda. Quite a win for the Orlando Magic. They're back at home tomorrow night, Kia Center, 7 o'clock, as they face the Philadelphia 76ers. I do want to give you one update here, update to a breaking news story that we've been following this afternoon. Officials with the Seminole County School District now confirming that the threat that caused a lockdown at Lake Brantley High School was a hoax. So they said they put the school on code red out of an abundance of caution. They brought law enforcement out to conduct a sweep. They said they also did the same thing at Forest City Elementary School. There was no threat there. That was quickly downgraded to a code yellow. They say law enforcement has confirmed that the threat, the initial call, was a hoax. The FBI and law enforcement working now to identify the caller. They say they can confirm there was no threat to Lake Brantley High School. So we know law enforcement still on the scene there, helping with a dismissal at both Lake Brantley High and Forest City Elementary in Altamont Springs. So just to be aware of that if you are in the area. Well, we're just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming with you here for the last 4.5 hours, as we do every weekday here on Fox Local and YouTube. But the news is not over. We've got Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next, followed by the 407 and then Fox 35 News at 5. So keep it here on Fox Local. We've got your news, weather, and sports around the clock right here. So as we wrap up, here's a live look at downtown Orlando. Keep it here. More to come next on Fox Local.